All right, Chapter 14, Financing 1, Conventional FHA and VA Loans. This is the second chapter on um, mortgages and financing. It's 2 of 3 so far. So, uh, in this chapter, we're going to describe the issues concerning mortgage financing, including various payment plans, distinguish the difference among conventional, insured, guaranteed, and guaranteed loans, as well as New Jersey's home buyer programs. So, home purchases, most people don't have all the money that's required to buy a house. They need to get a loan to finance the purchase. Would you agree most people that's the case? Well, because of that, home purchases, they need to get those, somebody needs to get a loan. Now, who's going to lend you money and why would they do that? Well, lenders will loan the money so that they can earn interest in return. Interest is the charge, it's the rent that needs to be paid for using someone else's money. And interest is calculated on an annual basis. Whenever we talk about value, we're always talking about all of it. So value means 100%. An LTV is the loan to value ratio. It shows you how much the lender will loan you in relation to the value of the property. Usually the borrower has to put something down, some of their own money. They're not getting 100% financing usually. So an LTV is a loan to value ratio. It's how much the lender will loan you. Now, the lender's not just going to lend you money for an overpriced offer that you made on a property. They got to make sure the property is worth it. And why is that? Can we apply a little common sense to try to figure that out? Why? Anybody? You want to make sure that the property that is to serve as collateral for the loan will be able to sufficiently be collateral for that loan. So in the event the borrower defaults, they could foreclose, sell that property at auction and get their money back. Now, equity is the difference between the current value and the amount owed. Equity can be built in several ways. By paying down the debt, you're building equity. You're building that difference between the current value of the property and what you owe on it. By the market values just fluctuating, market values rise, you could gain equity that way. Or by forcing that value to rise by doing maybe home improvements. So, any questions? All right. So let's highlight equity and make that little note there that equity is the difference between the market value of a property and what's owed on it. Usually at the time you purchase the property, your equity is equal to your down payment amount because that's all you have in it. Unless somebody sold you the property knowingly for less than it's worth. But what determines the value of a property? Anybody? Anybody.
The
What,
location.
what determines the value of a property?
The
The
location.
the land and the constructions.
I'm going to play devil's advocate here, and I'm going to play a little stupid. I'm going to say I don't understand what that means. Somebody said location. Somebody said the land and the.
So land price plus the construction means that.
But what determines that price? What determines the value?
I think on the book there was
Whatever someone's willing to pay for it, right? Doesn't the market determine the value?
Yeah, market determined the value.
So yeah, you guys are overthinking in real estate mode, trying to overthink stuff a little bit too much there. It depends on whatever somebody's willing to pay for it. If nobody's
Yeah.
willing to pay for it, the value is not there, right? So
Yeah.
you got to keep that in mind. All right. So interest is the rent the borrower pays the lender for the use of their money. That's a good way to look at it. It's the rent that the borrower pays for the use of someone else's money. And the amount of a mortgage loan in relation to the value of the home is referred to as the LTV, loan to value ratio. Now that's increased from 40% in 1920s to as much as 95 or 100% today. So look at that. If you were buying a home back in 1920s, the LTV was 40%. What does that mean? That means the lender will loan you 40% of the appraised value of the property. You have to have the other 60% to put down. Wow. Payment periods have also lengthened from 5 years in the 1920s to as much as 30 years or more today. So interest rates change by the lending interest rates charged by the lending institutions on home mortgage loans vary as changes occur in the money market, and the markets are always fluctuating. So as interest rates move up, an established fixed rate mortgage with a low interest rate may be a plus when selling a home if the owner is able to assume an existing mortgage at a lower interest rate, right? On the other hand, if a mortgage interest rates fall, homeowners may seek to pay off their loan and refinance at a lower rate. And to buffer the effects of unstable money markets, lenders have been offering many alternative forms of mortgages in recent years, such as adjustable interest rate mortgages. Seller financing also becomes popular in times of tight mortgage lending when the banks are holding on to their money and not lending it as much, like when the real estate markets were crashing and we had the presidents giving bailouts to the banks that were too big to fail, and then they weren't lending it out. They just put it in their vaults for a rainy day. If the markets are crashing, why would you be spending your money, and hoping people would pay it back? Instead, you just shore up the savings for yourself. And that's what banks were doing. They're very tight on lending. So for years, potential homeowners have been able to receive assistance in obtaining low down payment mortgage loans through the government programs of the Federal Housing Administration, or FHA, and the Department of Veterans Affairs, the VA. In addition, private mortgage insurance companies offer programs that enable loan applicants to receive higher LTV ratios than they could otherwise obtain. So you're basically PMI, it's private mortgage insurance. We're going to go over what that is in more detail. All right, everybody got those highlights?
Yeah, I got it.
Thank you. So interest rates fluctuate in the market on a regular basis. We just read through that in the book here. I just had a couple notes on it. And when interest rates are high, alternative forms of financing can become more popular. We got those adjustable rate mortgages, seller financing, as well as those government programs that may allow for a higher LTV. What does that mean to you, a higher LTV? It means they'll lend you more money. You need to, or actually, it means that's a little bit incorrect. It means that you got to put down less. So the bank will lend you more of that money because you've got to put down less. Just wanted to clarify that a little bit. So we got programs from the FHA and the VA. We have state programs through the New Jersey Housing Mortgage and Finance Agency and the federal government, the REC-D. They're part of the USDA, the United States Department of Agriculture, and they lend money to people who live in rural areas. So there I ask, anybody know what is? There. I got definitions for you. Urban, suburban, and rural. Urban is this densely populated area where you got a lot of people living within close proximity. It's like the city. You got a lot of high rises, apartment buildings, a lot of people living within a close proximity of each other. And then suburbia is a little bit further out. It's suburban. It's people living a little bit further away. They have single family homes and two-family houses. And then you have rural areas. This is like farmland out in the country, where people live a lot farther away from each other. Okay. That's the definition of urban, suburban, and rural. And you need to understand the differences between urban, suburban, and rural. When I get some students and I just ask them outright, you'd be surprised some of the answers I hear from people. All right. Payment plans. Let's talk about fixed rate loans first here. So let me just take a little highlight. I'm still making my notes here for you guys. So let me get all that. And then I can explain the slide. All right, so the word amortize, it means to kill off slowly over time. And that's exactly what it does. It kills the debt off slowly over time through periodic mortgage payments. A fully amortized loan, well, if amortize means to kill off, what does fully amortized mean? It means fully killed off, right? So in a fully amortized loan, that's a fixed rate loan, payment amount does not change. Your first payment to the last throughout the term of the loan remains constant over that entire life of the loan. Payments get applied first to the interest owed and the balance towards the principal. The principal is the amount you borrowed over the term. And the most popular loans out there are the 30-year loans. And there's 360 months in 30 years. So by the time the last payment is made, the loan has been fully amortized. It's been fully killed off. Your balance should be zero. There's no larger payments that need to be made at the end of the term. A straight loan is an interest-only loan. So straight loan is an interest-only loan. Matter of fact, let me there you go. A straight loan is an interest-only loan. These are generally for short periods of time. They're not meant to for people to hold on to them for the full 30 years or a full 30-year term. So straight loans are often used when somebody needs to purchase their next home before they close on the sale of their existing one. We usually try to coincide closings when people sell homes and they're buying another one. So that what does that mean? It means that we try to coincide the closings so that they both occur in the same month, so that the borrower does not need to make mortgage payments on two homes. But that's not always possible. And if that's the case, we need to get them some short-term financing so that they can swing the payment in the interim, called a bridge loan, so that they could make the payment on two homes until they sell their existing one. Okay, these are meant for short periods of time, usually not more than 6 months. You could also have builders, people who buy houses to fix them and flip them, or builders. Those are often short-term loans as well. So let's highlight our notes here. Everybody got those notes? Why are you guys so quiet today? Are you there?
Yep.
Yes, got it.
So partially amortized loans, the word amortized means to kill off slowly. Fully amortized means fully killed. What does partially amortized mean? Partially killed. So you only partially killed off the loan by the time you made the last payment. What? Yes, so therefore the last payment needs to be larger than the rest to pay it off in full. So periodic payments don't fully amortize the loan by the end of the term. At the end of the term, there's still a balance. Why would that be? Because the monthly payments were smaller throughout the term. So the last payment has to be larger to fully amortize it. The last larger payment is called a balloon payment because it balloons in size. So the benefit to getting this partially amortized loan would be a lower monthly payment during the term. In a biweekly mortgage, this consists of, a lot of people misunderstand this. They think a biweekly mortgage is two mortgage payments a month. No, it consists of half payments made every 2 weeks. So 26 half payments per year equals 13 monthly payments, which comes out to you making one extra payment because there's only 12 months in a year. So that extra payment gets applied entirely towards the principal. And if you could do this, make those a little bit of extra payments every year, or whenever you can, more often the better, and apply it entirely towards the principal. In a biweekly mortgage, you could reduce the term on a 30-year fixed rate mortgage to 23 or 22 years, knocking off about 8 years of mortgage interest payments. Yeah, that's a big savings, huh? Yeah.
That is very good information.
That could save you a lot of money. Now, it could save you even more if you just have that money and you make that one extra payment all at once at the beginning of the year instead of little bits and pieces, tucking away a couple of extra dollars here and there until the end of the year where you finally adds up to one full extra monthly payment. That's what knocking 7 or 8 years off of your loan would do by making the biweekly mortgage. But if you could make that one extra mortgage payment up front at the beginning of the year, it saves you all that extra money throughout the entire year that they could charge you interest on. So let's do the highlights. Fixed rate mortgage, straight loan, and biweekly mortgage, and that partially amortized loan here with the balloon payments. Let me know when you got it.
Got it.
Hey, everybody good?
Got it.
All right. So how much could you save on your interest payments if you got a 25-year loan to begin with versus a 30-year loan, which is totally different than making extra payments each month? You're just starting off with a 25-year loan versus a 30-year loan for $300,000 at a 5% interest rate. This is how you would work it out. But either way, we'll figure that we'll talk about how to work it out later. Just look at the total down below. $53,460 in savings if you had a 25-year loan versus a 30-year loan. That could save you almost $53,460. Wow. That's a lot. So I got a question for you, everybody. Which would save you more money? Getting a loan at a lower interest rate or getting the property at a lower price?
Low interest rate.
Lower price?
Come on, everybody. I want an opinion from everybody here.
Lower price for the property.
Vinay? What do you think? Vinay? All right, I guess he stepped away. What about you, Brian?
I say interest rate. If interest rate gets lower, that's when it's
All
good.
right. Let's let these financial experts on this show. This is our financial show here. These guys talking about the finances, economy, and the housing market. Let's see what they have to say. Oh, I got to share that audio so it comes through good. And
Yeah, hey Seth, I want to ask you something about the housing market. My wife and I are looking to buy a new home. I've read that the housing market is in a recession, and that maybe, and I've been told by various people, hey, no, hold off, don't buy right now, that prices may be inflated. Is the housing market in a recession? Is now not a good time to buy, or is it? Or is it? I don't know.
You know, it's a broader question, John, and a lot of it depends on where in the country you are. What we tell people all the time is what you want to make sure you're not doing is overbuying house. If you're looking at your interest rate right now, and to Dan's point, that inflation is what's causing interest rates to go up because the Fed's trying to get that under control. So you've got this compounding issue in the housing market. The problem you got, I would say the one thing you want to focus on is you can refinance interest rates. You can't refinance principal. Principal, whatever you pay for that house is what you bought that house at. Now, in certain pockets, maybe where you are in Miami, where I am in Texas, not where Dan is up in New Jersey, I think in our neck of the woods, prices are going to stabilize. They may not go up as fast, but I think they'll still continue to go up. Maybe not even drop. If you're in a cash position, that's great. If you're up where Dan is, I think they're going to drop. So you might have a buying opportunity. But where we are, I think you might want to, if you find the right deal, get it. But plan to refinance as soon as interest rates do drop.
Yeah, Dan, I don't know where you are, but I read recently that Jersey City has now become the most expensive city in America. I used to live in Jersey City, and boy, I wish I would have bought when I lived there way back 15 years ago, whenever it was. Seth Benson and Dan Geltrude, I appreciate you guys coming on for Money Huddle. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
So there you have it. You can't refinance the purchase price. So whatever you pay for it, that's what you're still going to owe. You can refinance loans when interest rates drop. So buy it cheaper is the correct answer there. You could save more money by buying a cheaper home. Even if you get it at a higher interest rate at the beginning, you could always refinance when interest rates drop and lock in that lower interest rate. All right. So here's a little visual for you depicting how monthly payments get applied. On a 30-year mortgage, each one of these lines symbolizes 1 year in the loan. The light color part of the line indicates how much gets applied towards your principal, which is the amount you borrowed. And the dark color part of the line is how much of your monthly payment goes towards the interest, the rent you pay for using someone else's money. For at least the first half of a 30-year mortgage, where does the majority of your monthly mortgage payment get applied to? Each monthly mortgage payment gets applied mostly to what? Come on, I just explained how to read this chart. The light color is the principal, the dark color is the interest. Each bar is 1 year of mortgage payments. So in the first half of the 30-year mortgage, where does the majority of your monthly mortgage payment get applied to? Each payment that you make gets applied first to what?
Interest?
Interest. And a lot of it. How come they do it this way instead of making it 50-50? Half your monthly mortgage payment goes towards the principal, half goes towards the interest. They could do this so that they could make the same amount of money. Why do they charge the interest up front like that for the first half of the loan? Anybody? On average, how long do people stay in homes these days? They staying in their home for the full 30 years?
Some. Well,
This isn't your parents or your grandparents era that we're living in. We got people that, everybody wants to be a boss, so this is why you got everybody pushing, go to college. And then when they get out of college, half of them can't get a job anyway. But the thing is, we live in a more nomadic society. People want to be a boss. They're changing their jobs more often. Nobody has to live near the factory where they build their widgets. like people did in the past. New Jersey was part of the Industrial Revolution. We had factories here. We built all kinds of stuff. We had people living near their factories where they went to work. They got pensions and all that stuff. Had good jobs with pensions and all these healthcare plans. So now, most employers, they're not providing company provided healthcare or pensions. The only time you ever see that anymore is with the government. Why? Because, well, it ain't their money. The government just gets it from tax dollars, and anytime that somebody who's on a government pension wants more money or a raise for their pension, they just raise the taxes so they collect more money so that they can spend on it, and then those politicians will garner the votes of those groups that they're giving those higher payments to. Okay, but either way, we don't see this anymore as often. On average, how long do you think people are staying in their homes these days?
5 to 6 years.
Yeah, 5 to 7 years is on average. That's probably on par. But we're even starting to see some as little as 3 years before they sell their homes. I mean, if that's the point, why even bother buying? I guess you're banking on the equity, but real estate's a long-term investment. If you're in it for a short-term investment, it may or may not work out for you. That's a bit of a gamble. But for real estate, in the long term, we know that real estate is a good investment. Short term, it's a bit of a gamble. Depends. All right, so let's look at the anatomy of an adjustable rate mortgage. Let me grab that, add it to the notes, and then we'll talk. The anatomy of an adjustable rate mortgage. What is an adjustable rate mortgage? Well, ARMs, for short, we call it an ARM. Interest rates, they fluctuate, and banks, when you go get a loan, you get a fixed rate loan. Whatever rate you get it at, you have your loan fixed at that interest rate for the life of the loan. So even though that in the marketplaces, interest rates are always fluctuating, you get it at a fixed rate. So if rates ever go up, hey, the bank got to eat that loss, and they still got their money tied up with you with a loan at a lower interest rate. So they're not making as much money. But adjustable rate mortgages shift that risk or reward of changing interest rates from the lender to the borrower. So if they lend it to you at a low interest rate, but then interest rates go up, the borrower pays more. If interest rates go down, the borrower pays less. So it shifts that risk or reward of the fluctuating interest rates from the lender onto the borrower. So people are like, hey, don't get those loans. You never know what your interest rate's going to be. They're always bouncing around up and down. Wrong. On adjustable interest rate mortgages, the interest rate is adjusted usually once per year on the anniversary of the loan. Now, what determines whether that interest rate goes up or down is that it's tied to some sort of an index. And that index that a lot of lenders use is the 1-year U.S. Treasury bill. It could be something else, but it's usually the 1-year U.S. Treasury bill. So if interest rates go up or down on them, that would determine whether the interest rates go up or down on your loan. Margin is the markup. It's the difference between the costs of the lender borrowing the money to lend to you and how much they want to make off of lending it to you. That's the markup. There's a cost to money. So the difference between the cost of the lender getting the money to lend and them lending it to you. So for instance, if it costs the lender 4% to lend you money, or here, let me see, 2%, I'm sorry. If it costs the lender 2% to lend you money, and they want to earn 2%, how much do they got to charge you? 4%. That's the markup. It's the margin. People say, don't get those adjustable rate mortgages. The interest rates can shoot up on you like crazy. Wrong. There is a cap. A cap is the maximum that the interest rate can go up each year. There's also a lifetime cap on the loan. We call that the ceiling. That's the maximum the interest rate can go up over the entire life of the loan. And when you get these loans, the lender spells it out to you. So it's wrong when people say, oh, I didn't know what the payment could go up to. Well, that's wrong. That's a lie. You just didn't look at the paperwork that you were signing, because there was even a page where you signed right next to the numbers where they paint out for you the worst case possible scenario over the entire life of this loan. If the interest rate went to its maximum, what would your monthly mortgage payment be? And then they have you initial off next to that. So it's not like it's a surprise. When people say that, they're full of it, because there's a page on there where the numbers are even this big. It's a couple inches in size. That so the person saying that they didn't know, they didn't see it. Well, they didn't read it then. Because you signed a page right next to the worst case scenario that they spelled out for you. So that's adjustable rate mortgage and the anatomy of it, how it works. So why would anybody get adjustable rate mortgage?
I have a question.
Yeah.
What determines the cap and the ceiling?
I'm not sure how they determine what the maximum would be. I don't know if it's government regulations on it or what it is, but there is a cap that would dictate what the maximum that it could go up in each adjustment period or over the life of the loan. I really don't know. You'd have to look that up. Do a little Google AI search there. What's the? Here, let's try to see if we can figure it out now. Hey, why not? Hey, Google, what determines the cap and the ceiling on an adjustable rate mortgage?
I found these results.
Oh, they just gave me a bunch of lenders' websites that we'd have to read through. Okay, so
I think that is the SEC regulations. The regulations is deciding the max cap.
So the government regulations then, but yeah, I'll look it up. But that's what I figured that it would be, with some sort of a government regulation on there that would determine that. Now, for you guys to remember the cap and the ceiling, here, just think of this. You got a bottle of a soda or a drink or something here. I got a container here with a cap on it. I only got water in here, but let's just say that this was soda that I had in here. Right? Let's just say this is soda I have in here. And I shake it up. When I open the top, well, actually, I don't open the top yet. What's preventing it from flying out all over the place?
The top. Yep.
This is the cap that's on the bottle. So the cap is preventing it from shooting up. Now, if I open the cap and it's under pressure now, it's going to shoot out. But how high can it go? What's preventing it from going up forever, shooting up super high in the sky, 1,000 feet?
Gravity.
What's above you?
The ceiling.
The ceiling. There you go. So that's the way they're trying to remember it. I mean, you got a cap. Think of the example of the bottle of soda. You have a cap on the bottle that prevents it from shooting up under pressure, and then if you open the cap, it will shoot up. But what limits the maximum that it could go up? it could only hit the ceiling, and once it hits the ceiling, that's it. So there you go. The ceiling is higher than the cap. There's a way to remember that. Because if they give you a question on exam, like what's the maximum that the interest rate can ever go up over the life of a loan? Ceiling. In any single adjustment period, the lower one, the cap on your bottle of soda, right? So try to think of that relationship there, the bottle of soda example, to try to remember which is the maximum for any single adjustment period versus the life of the loan. All right. People having problems here, bouncing in and out. Okay, so let's highlight that now in the book. Let's write ARM next to adjustable rate mortgages. Yeah, right there, Heidi. You got the internet connection bouncing out on you or something, or?
No, I'm out, but I'm trying to listen at the same time. So
Okay.
that's why I'm more quiet.
Okay. You got knocked out and you came back in, right? Or was that Victoria?
I have bad Wi-Fi, so sometimes
No, that was
TV.
me too.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. So you're getting knocked out. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because your audio starts cutting off, so I have to like leave and then come back in.
Okay. Okay, so let's do the highlights here for the adjustable rate mortgage. As I explained to you, a question somebody asked me the other day. A lot of people blame the real estate mortgage market crash of 2006 on the adjustable rate mortgages. However, there was a lot more than it to that. If you watch the movie called The Big Short, if anybody's ever watched that, try watching it again. After taking this class, it may start to make a little more sense to you. The Big Short did a decent job explaining what happened in the mortgage industry. However, it doesn't completely cover all of the political decisions and House oversight of the banking regulators that made political decisions and put pressures on the lenders that would allow more reckless lending practices. And they even encouraged them or pressured the banks to do it. That was the major part of what led to the inflation of the artificial inflation of the housing prices in the market. And that was back in 2001. And then as the real estate market kept climbing and prices on homes were going up over $100,000 each year. So we were making calls to people. Did you know that your home could be worth more than $100,000 than it was last year? You take this opportunity selling it and cashing out and getting all that money in your pocket. Eventually prices will fall again. You can become a renter for now. Eventually prices will fall again, and then you can buy back in again. But you got $100,000 extra cash in your pocket, right? In your savings. So it was real easy to get listings. People wanting to sell. So this explanation that I'm giving down here about the lending, though, this later on came to be known as predatory lending. But if you watch The Big Short, that gives a good example where they, what is it? How did I write this again? Let me see. It doesn't completely cover the political decisions and House oversight of the banking industry by the regulators and political decisions made by the politicians over the years that allowed reckless lending practices and even encouraged them. Under the guise of how do they do this? Writing more loans.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about yesterday, right? When I asked about the 2008 crash.
Yep. Exactly. Exactly. That's exactly what we're talking about. So basically this was it in a nutshell. Have you ever seen the movie The Big Short? It's one of those star-packed movies too, but the movie is it's okay. But if you take the real estate class, and then you watch this movie, uh, it tends to make a lot more sense of what happened, with you understanding better what happened. Uh, Or you want me? Yeah, The Big Short is one of them. If you guys even wanted to watch it, let's see. We got this. I got a link here for that. This is just explaining what The Big Short is, about the that mortgage market meltdown. Let me see. Here's The Big Short. If you guys never seen it, Christian Bale, Steve Carell, Ryan Gosling, Brad Pitt, and a lot of other celebrities were in this. Wow. Look at this. This is a star-packed movie here. Wonder why so many of them wanted to be involved in it. Steve Carell, Christian Bale, Ryan Gosling, Brad Pitt, Jeremy Strong, Marissa Tomei, Margot Robbie. I don't know that guy, but his face looks familiar. Don't know him either. Anyway, you can see a lot of celebrities on this star-packed movie here. It's about what happened in the mortgage market. So a lot of people refer to it as the 2008 as the official year when the market crashed for the real estate, but it actually started in 2006. I noticed it's cracking and prices starting to fall in 2006. They just started falling at a steeper pace, and it was obvious, glaringly obvious, that it wasn't just a little stumble in the market before it came back up in 2008 when it started dropping like a brick. So what did they say here? In 2008, Wall Street guru Michael Burry realized that a number of subprime home loans are in danger of defaulting. Burry bets against the housing market by throwing more than $1 billion of his investors' money into the credit default swaps. His actions attract the attention of banker Jared Vanet, hedge fund specialist Mark Baum, and other greedy opportunists. Together, these men make a fortune by taking full advantage of impending economic collapse in America. But the thing is, before they did that, they were trying to do their research, and they were finding, but what about the government? The government's going to step in. What about what about the Federal Reserve? They're going to step in and rescue these banks. What about all these rules that would trigger in protections that would prevent this from ever happening? The market's never going to crash. And it's how they explored that before they made their big investments to make a lot of money off of betting against the housing market. So you guys can watch this through that link that I sent you. You can watch it on Prime and all these. You can probably watch them for free. Well, YouTube charges, but if you got Amazon Prime, or you could probably even watch it on Tubi TV. All right. Oh, let me take that and put it here in the slide too. Why not? All right, so cap and ceiling. Let's make those notes as well. Guys, please just tell me when you got them so I don't have to ask every time.
I'm good.
Not
Everybody-
yet.
All right.
Yes, you're done.
So negative amortization. Okay, we learned that amortize is to kill off over time. Fully amortized means you fully killed. Partially amortized means you partially killed it off. Negative amortization is the opposite. That's two negatives there, right? Amortization is to kill off, and then the word negative in front of that, two double negatives, you know. So negative amortization is when your monthly mortgage payment isn't even enough to cover the interest owed. So every month you make a mortgage payment, you owe even more money. You're going to be paying interest. You're going to be paying interest on the unpaid interest. That's not a good position to be in. So that's what negative amortization is. When your monthly mortgage payment isn't even enough to cover the interest owed. So they take that unpaid shortfall of the payment and they add it to the balance of your loan there. And then they charge you interest on it next month. All right, convertibility, initial interest rate, assumability. Items typically are assumable because the lender doesn't care. They're not taking a risk now with those. They're shifting the risk or reward of changing interest rates to the consumer. So ARMs are usually assumable loans. They're best for short-term ownership or when the borrower plans to refinance later to a fixed-rate loan. However, that could be extremely risky in doing that because what if the property values drop? Then you won't be able to refinance into a fixed-rate loan because what is refinancing? You get a new loan to pay off your existing one. So if you had a big balance yet and the property value is dropped and you owed more on the loan than the home is worth, nobody's going to lend you money for that. So it makes it impossible for people to refinance if that were to happen, like it did with the mortgage market meltdown crash that we had. So let's highlight that negative amortization there on the screen.
And then
Okay. Then we have combination of fixed rate and adjustable rate loans. We call them hybrid mortgages. The fixed initial rate for 3 to 7 years, and then it becomes adjustable after that. Or it could be fixed at a below market interest rate for the first year. Then the next year, it adjusts to another market rate that is fixed for the next 3 to 7 years, 3, 5, or 7 years. And then after that, it becomes an adjustable loan. So that's what we were talking about, what happened in that mortgage market meltdown, where we had when those rates became adjustable, people weren't able to make those payments all of a sudden, causing the market to crash. But that's only part of it. It wasn't all about adjustable rate mortgages. All right. Interest-only loans, those are used by builders, flippers, and for bridge loans. These are a straight loan is what we call an interest-only loan. So let's take those notes.
Got it. And I have a question, teacher. Well,
Yeah, shoot.
do you see another crash happening soon, or is that difficult to predict in the housing market?
I was predicting it. I've been predicting it for a while. Especially, I mean, it was pretty much guaranteed if Kamala won the presidency. But we had Trump won. He's doing a lot to really change our economy. Once again, remember those famous words Obama said, "What are you going to do? Wave your magic wand to get the economy into gear?" And well, whatever it was that Trump had, he was able to do it because when he won the presidency the first time, he turned around our economy. Our economy started building up and getting a lot better, way better than the anemic gains that we were getting under Obama. Of course, he's not going to get any credit for that because, all the people that hate him for some reason. I don't know. What we're seeing right now with his second presidential term, he learned a lesson in the first not to, because he got screwed over by a lot of people he trusted. We're looking out for our country and looking out for the best interest of the country, and wouldn't be trying to screw over an incoming president, but they did, and it was bad. It was very bad. We've never seen anything like that before in our history. But right now he is doing incredible things with our economy. With foreign nations, he's working out plans. He's working out so many plans. I can't even focus on one to tell you. He's got so many things going on right now. Selling energy to the European Union. He just struck like $100 billion deal the other day. I mean, this guy, I don't know where he gets his energy from. He's almost 80 years old, and I wouldn't be able to keep up with him. He's doing a lot for the economy and changing it around, which makes me believe that the real estate market is not going to crash for a while yet. I still think it's overinflated on the prices, and the prices will come down eventually, especially since he's deporting a lot of people. I mean, we've always had the deporting of people has nothing to do with the economy in a sense of the real estate. The reason why I made that comment is because the real estate market, we've had a boom of construction. And a lot of that boom of construction stemmed from a lot of the illegal immigration and having a need for housing. So all of a sudden, you got all these builders building all this additional housing, which is then getting funded by the taxpayer through the federal government. Trump comes in, he's not having any part of it. We're not supposed to be supplying free housing to the world and meals and giving them a luxury life to live while our own people are struggling to get by, our own citizens. So he's got this big deportation thing going on, and while that's going on, and they're still continuing to do this major construction, those places are going to be empty or emptying out. I mean, we still had a big homeless problem here in the United States before the borders were ever opened. So maybe hopefully now some of our homeless citizens here, maybe some of our homeless veterans and others will get the help that they need. He's also trying to build up that psychological help, because as you can see out there, there's tons of people out there with TDS, that Trump derangement syndrome, but that's not the only thing. It didn't start with him. There was a lot of people with mental issues ever since they closed down those mental facilities. The insane asylums and mental facilities have been closed down. We used to have them all over the country. But you get some bleeding hearts that they're like, oh, that's so cruel. Oh, that's so cruel. Yeah, but they don't understand how mental disease works. Some of these people need to be under close medical supervision because they pose a danger to themselves and the public. And you can see that as all these mental cases are out there stabbing people and shooting people. And, now they're getting encouraged by these politicians who are trying to stroke division, with all the different, you could change your gender at a whim, These people, they're willing to buy it like that instead of giving them some sort of guidance and mental health care. We're just encouraging this, and that's not the way that you help somebody who has delusions. You don't do that by encouraging them. So in that way, you don't encourage their delusions. But we're going to be getting a lot more housing that's going to be available. At what point, I don't know. Is there going to be a gap before we start getting our own people filling them in? If there is a gap, then that's going to start bringing down the rental rates, and because of the rental rates going down, less people will be buying the housing. Because of that, the housing prices should be coming down as well. So when and if that's going to happen, there's a lot of moving parts to determine that. So it makes it extremely difficult. This is why, remember I told you guys to learn about how to value properties, to take that course that's taught by the appraisers, that Ottawa, OTTEAU.com, that Ottawa group. They also go over what the predictions are for the coming seasons. They have them all 4 seasons. They have and sometimes they have them in between when markets seem like there's going to be a shift suddenly. They have these courses that they put together to teach the real estate agents of what's going to be happening in the real estate market in the near future, and more importantly, why. And they do discuss these things. They do discuss things like the job markets, the census, the politics, because politics are a big thing. Take a look at. I was just watching the news yesterday, and they were talking about this guy who's going to become who looks like he's going to become the next mayor of New York, that Mamdani guy. You know, the self-proclaimed pro-communist guy, the one who wants government-run supermarkets and all that stuff, who's against the police. You could already see a shift where businesses are starting to move out of New York because they could see the writing on the wall if he gets in. Some of them are waiting a little bit longer to see if he manages to get booted out somehow. But on the news yesterday, I actually hit record, so I got it on my DVR, so maybe I could record it, on my cell phone on the TV and then put it up here. But they actually said that, what do you think is going to happen? This was on the financial channels that I watch, not the regular news. The financial channels, they were talking about the real estate markets and interest rates and all that. And so I hit the record button, and they said that, well, if Mamdani gets in, we predict a huge and sudden increase in the real estate market in New Jersey, because people are going to be moving out of New York. Yeah, New Jersey has already seen a huge and sudden increase because of politics in New York and California, for that matter. Look, we're becoming the film industry of the East Coast here in New Jersey now because of the crazy expensive taxing and policies, the anti-police rhetoric, the pro-criminal. They don't press charges against criminals. It's not. They made it so that it's not illegal if you steal under $800 or $900 worth of goods from a store. So people are going in stores left and right. That kind of policy so getting adopted in New York. It's not good. People, when you got actors walking down the street out of their normally rich and safe neighborhoods, and they get punched in the face. They just get, because, hey, somebody just feels like they want to punch somebody in the face, so they walk up to a little old lady. You see the one yesterday, a lady in a church. Two guys ran into the church lobby. One ripped her pocket off, the other one punched her in the face, knocked her to the ground. This is why people flee areas, high crime. This is done by political policies, a lack of law enforcement or support for law enforcement. But you think these things don't have an effect on real estate? Then you're foolish, because it does. We've seen a mass increase of people fleeing New York and states like California and Illinois coming to New Jersey. And what reasons can you possibly give for that? Other than that, why is New Jersey a cheap place to live? Is New Jersey that great of a place? It's because they're states that also have the same types of policies, but they're not at that breaking point yet. So people will move here. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's a tough question that you gave. I'm rambling because it's a tough question. There's a lot of a lot of different factors that play into the role of that. I do think eventually the market will crack. Trump's not going to be president forever, propping up the market with all of his activities. You're going to get somebody that's going to go in there and they're going to start making bad financial decisions or negotiations with other countries and such. They're not going to be all so pro-America stance, and it's going to end up screwing up our economy a bit. And yeah, we will see it, but I don't foresee it happening until after his presidency, though. So I think we got a while yet. We got a couple more years of good economy and such. Even if a war breaks out, I think we'll be pretty good. A nondescript war would not. I'm not thinking about any particular people. I'm just saying in general, if a war were to break out, and the U.S. was even involved, I don't think that it would mess up our economy so much that it would screw up the real estate market right now. Because there's a lot of different factors going on with this. Somebody was about to say something. I'm sorry. Or maybe I misread it. Okay.
No, I wanted to say that, like they were concentrating on this gender change and all, and these things also have long-term, depression and psychological issues with people. And,
that we're doing a lot of the surgeries on minors, and forget about the adults, the minors, they're doing it too.
The minors, yeah, they are like
stuff. They're changing their policies around. Some major ones that were hugely involved in this are changing their policies about doing it. For me, I personally don't understand how their medical licenses weren't yanked. What happened to do no harm? And we know that these things cause harm in children, and it's irreparable.
Yeah.
But regardless of that, some people choose to let their children do that because they have these ideological things, and they probably even pushed it on their own children, but that's sad for those kids. But I'm talking about as a whole, the things that affect our economy, though, and the things that affect so let's stick with that topic you brought up. Okay, maybe if the school districts in an area are making up rules that they take away the powers from their parents. Okay, you think that to be able to raise their children the way that they feel is right. Okay, you think those parents are going to stay living in that area for a long time, or you think you're going to get a lot of parents now that are going to be moving out of those areas where they could risk losing their children to these kinds of ideologies? That's it's just another factor of people that move. Are they going to be moving in the masses because of that? Probably not. But unless they make huge major political changes on who's running the school boards or that's encouraging this kind of thing, or in the city councils, unless there's some huge changes made, some people are going to make that tough decision and move. So there's a lot of reasoning behind it. Now, you could also use this as a reason to market yourselves, by the way, guys, to get listings. Okay. Think about it from the real estate sales perspective, which a lot of people don't ever do. I guess sometimes they do it just like on the surface. Like, remember, everybody's like, if Trump gets elected, I'm moving out of the country. Some real estate agents actually use that as a marketing thing. After Trump won the election, they're like, moving out of the country now, moving to a different state, we can help. We can help you relocate. Trump won the presidency, and stuff like that. It sounds kind of stupid, but, hey, there's a lot of stupid people out there too, but we can help people move for different reasons, hired as a school district over here doing this and that, and looking to relocate, we can help you sell your home. We can help you relocate across the country or across the world. You could use these things as a reason to try to market to these people. Just be careful on your wordings of some of these things. We don't want to come off like we're discriminating against any particular person or class or whatever, and especially in New Jersey, because New Jersey has more protected classes than anyone, even when it comes to gender, which gender should not even be a word, it's sex. You're male, you're female. Sometimes there are biological abnormalities, you take those into consideration, but those are not the norm, but the term gender was created by a guy in the 70s. either way, these I don't want to get into these conversations. It's taking us way too far off. But this type of stuff, if you try to market to people when things happen in your local, or even on the national level, you could try to use those as marketing things. Sometimes it's just a goof. You're doing it just to show, hey, you're a realtor that's got some humor to them. You use it, so basically if somebody's thinking about it, yeah, look at this guy. Okay, I'll use him. I got to understand his sense of humor, or I could see the wavelength he's on, these things actually can help you with your marketing sometimes. I mean, you can look it up online, do some searches of wacky postcards and things, and marketing, and you could come up with tons of these examples. Yeah, all right. I was about to switch to them. I'm not going to go through those right now because we're behind. We got to get on with this. There's I got a whole bunch of marketing from real estate agents of images of all kinds of weird stuff that agents use as gimmicks. Maybe in a spare time during the lunch break or something, I'll find them and I can just go through a couple of them for you, but I don't want to waste the time on it right now. So you guys have all these notes on what a straight loan is. A straight loan, interest-only loan used by builders, flippers, and bridge.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Yes.
Interest is the charge, the rent for using and borrowing someone else's money. And interest is calculated on an annual basis. We'll see the next slide is going to be all about how we calculate interest. We're going to learn about that and maybe even start breaking into some math problems. So you should have a calculator out or your cell phone that's got a calculator. If you know where it is on your cell phone. Amortization schedule is a chart that shows the balance and how many payments and how payments are being applied towards your principal and your interest over the life of the loan at any particular month within the life of the loan. Okay, there's 360 months in a 30-year mortgage loan. If you have an amortization chart, you could go to any month, any particular month, and you could see what the mortgage payment will still be the same. How much of it, though, is getting applied towards the principal versus the interest is what will change over time. And then what the balance is at that point. So at any point, you can look and see that in an amortization schedule. That's what an amortization chart or amortization schedule is. Okay, a point. You get the point? What's a point? Point is sometimes referred to as discount points. Point is prepaid interest on the loan, and each point is 1% of the loan amount. Sometimes people prepay points up front so that they could get a lower interest rate. They call that a buy down. Never makes sense to do that. Don't ever encourage anybody to. But sometimes people need to pay points in advance just so that they could qualify to get the loan because their finances are teetering on the line of whether they could actually qualify for the loan or not. So they got to prepay some interest in advance to qualify for that. Okay, so a point is prepaid interest on the loan, and it's tax deductible by the borrower in the year that it's paid, no matter who paid those points. So each point is 1% of the loan amount, not the purchase price. You need to understand that, or you'll get a question, a math problem wrong on exams. It may be paid by either the buyer or the seller in negotiations. It's tax deductible. Interest is deductible by the borrower in the year it's paid, no matter who paid it, because it's the borrower's loan, and they get the tax statement at the end of the year. That's why the borrower can deduct it, even if you negotiate the seller to prepay points for the buyer. Now, a rate lock is nowhere in this book anymore. I think they dropped it from the 16th version accidentally and never put it back, like they did when they bastardized this version of the book. So the lender locks in the interest rate for your loan. So even if the rates rise in the market, the borrower still gets it at that locked-in lower interest rate. Now, the lender will typically lock it in. They'll give you that complimentary 60-day rate lock. But you could buy an extension of that for 30, 45, or another 60 days for an additional fee. So that additional fee can be hundreds or thousands of dollars. So we need to make sure that the transaction, everybody's doing their things, moving along, and the transaction doesn't stall out and it keeps moving. It seems to a lot of buyers when they purchase homes that the real estate agent kept pushing me. I think they just wanted to earn their commission because the agent wasn't educating their client, telling them what they were doing. Listen, I tell people at the beginning of the transaction, it may seem like I'm pushing you along. Get this paperwork, get that paperwork. We need to get this over there and that over there. We need to get this inspection done. Now we need to get that. And it seems like I'm pushing. I am. And I'm doing it for a reason. I'm trying to save you money. I'm trying to make sure that that lower locked in rate that you got, you could, if the rates go up, you still got it locked in because it's only locked in for a certain period of time. Okay. So lenders, they could give you that complimentary rate lock, but it can be extended if you go over, but you're going to have to pay for it. Okay. Now, a charge for the use of someone else's money, that's called interest. That's the rent you pay. Now, that rate lock, here we go. Get a screenshot of this from my notes. This is the screenshot that is no longer in the book. This is from a previous version book. Okay. This is for the rate lock. Yeah, I need a screenshot of that. So you guys may want to take a screenshot yourselves of this slide to learn about rate locks because there's nothing in the book anymore about rate locks, even though they got questions at the end of the chapter about rate locks. I'll read this over in just a moment. Just want to grab that screenshot about what a rate lock is. All right, so rate locks is when the lender offers a complimentary lock on the rate. So if the interest rates go up, the borrower gets a lower locked interest rate. This could be for 30, 45, or 60 days. And if missed, the borrower could purchase an extension for an additional cost. So if they miss it and they don't do the extension, their interest rates can go up. Now, the borrower is protected from interest rates going up with the rate lock. However, if interest rates go down, it says, unfortunately, if interest rates go down, the borrower can often take advantage. Well, sure they can. They could threaten to go to another lender. And then the lender may lower you to the lower interest rate. If not, you'd have to put in that application again and do everything required to get it to a different lender if the rates went down and you wanted to get that lower interest rate. Which it makes sense, especially at the beginning of the loan. All right, so they took this out of the 16th version book. We're on the 18th version right now, so make sure you got in there the information about rate locks because you will get it on exam. You need to know what a rate lock is. Snap a picture of it if you got, or you already did it. Can I change the slide?
Yeah, I got it.
All right, now interest is the charge. It's the rent for using or borrowing someone else's money. And here is a formula for calculating, calculating a couple things. If you take the loan amount, times it by the interest rate, that'll give you the annual interest rate. If you divide that by 12, because there's 12 monthly payments typically, that'll tell you what your monthly interest payment is. How much of your monthly mortgage payment goes towards the interest? Now, if you could subtract that from what your total monthly mortgage payment is, which consists of principal and interest, remember, because your monthly mortgage payment goes towards the principal and the interest. If you subtract the monthly interest from the mortgage payment, which includes principal and interest, you could find out how much of your monthly mortgage payment actually gets applied towards the principal, the amount you borrowed to pay down the debt. So that's an interesting formula. I could care less if you guys are good at math. You're allowed to use calculators on exam. You need to understand the formulas, you know. So interest is calculated on an annual basis. Yeah, you take the loan amount times the interest rate, that gives you the annual interest rate. Divided by 12, then you'll know what your monthly interest rate is. Okay, so here's that formula in the book. Put a highlighted box around it, and right above it, calculating interest and amortization annually. I also wrote above it, or on the side of it somewhere, PITI. PITI stands for Principal, Interest, Taxes, and Insurance. Now, your mortgage payment just consists of the first two parts, principal and interest, although the lender will try to get you to include the taxes and insurance in your monthly mortgage payments so that they can make sure those important bills are getting paid, so you don't risk foreclosure of their collateral. So in this example, as you can see here on the slide, calculating interest, if we have a $100,000 loan, and the interest rate 7%, how much of that goes, how much of that, or what is your monthly, how much of your monthly payment goes towards interest? Well, 100,000, the loan amount, times the interest rate, $7,000. That's your annual interest divided by 12. And that'll tell you the first month's mortgage payment, how much of that goes towards the interest. Now, if your total monthly mortgage payment is $665.31, and the monthly first month's interest payment is $583.33, that's only for the first month of interest payment. Next month it'll be different. You just subtract that amount from the total mortgage payment, and there you go. $81.97 of your first mortgage payment went towards paying down the amount you borrow, the principal. Now, if you want to know what the balance of the loan is after that, well, you take that amount that you paid down on the principal, subtract it from the amount borrowed, the loan, $100,000, and then you're left with $99,918.03. Now, if you want to know how much of your next month's mortgage payment goes towards the principal, start at the beginning again, except use the figure 99,918.03 times 7% equals a different amount. Divide that by 12, and that's the interest payment for that next month. Subtract that from your monthly mortgage payment. It'll give you a different amount. See, if you do that once for each month of the entire life of the loan, that's called an amortization schedule. The amortization chart, that's how they figure it out. So your monthly mortgage payment is PI, consists of principal and interest. This is that first month interest, and this is the principal, the amount paying that you pay down what you owe, what you borrow. Okay, everybody put the highlights and the notes. I'll give you guys an additional second to do that. Oh, I take my notes here.
Okay, I'm good.
Sorry? All right. Sorry about that. Took me a little extra time to get a screenshot from this. It was not. So, here is the first 3 months and the last 3 months of amortization chart. Make one little correction. The book has a little mistake here. It's a typo. Change that 3 to an 8. I know that that's wrong. And somebody always points it out, so I beat you to it. Nah. So this is the first 3 months and the last 3 months of mortgage amortization chart that you could see on page 272. As you can see, it's a fixed rate mortgage and it's fully amortized. How do I know that? Well, the mortgage payment from the first payment through to the last remains the same. The only thing that flips is how much gets applied towards the interest and how much gets applied towards the principal. And by the time the last payment is made, the 360th payment, that tells me it's a 30-year mortgage, the balance was 0. And yet the last payment did not balloon in size. So we know that that was a fixed rate, fully amortized 30-year mortgage loan. All right, here's what we call a mortgage factor chart, and you're going to need to know how to read this for exams. It's real easy. If I tell you somebody's got a 30-year mortgage at a 5% interest rate, this is what you do. This is how you read this. In the rate column, you put your finger on the rate column. Run it down till you hit 5, that's 5. And then run it across to the 30-year column all the way at the end. And what is the factor? 5.37. All right, I want you guys to do one. Tell me what the mortgage factor on a 5.5% interest rate 30-year loan is.
Can you say again?
Now tell me what the mortgage factor is on a 5.5% interest rate 30-year loan.
5.68.
Yes. All right, come on. All right, now, but this time, I want some other people to answer now on this. I'll give you another one. 6.25% interest rate, 20-year loan. Somebody tell me what the factor is. 6.25% interest rate, 20-year loan. What's the factor?
0.46.
Well, 6.25% interest rate.
Oh,
You're
6.25.
6.25.
7.31.
There you go. All right. Is everybody else getting this? Victoria, Heidi, Vanette?
Yeah, like slowly I am.
All right. So I want you to do it next, Victoria. Okay. 4.5% interest rate, 30-year loan. What is the factor? You run your finger down where it says rate down to 4.5%.
5.07.
There you go. It's as simple as that. Isn't it easy?
Okay. And I have to remember this for the test, like this chart?
You don't have to memorize this chart at all. You need to know how to use the chart. You will get a chart, and you need to know how to use it.
Gotcha.
Okay. Now, currently on the school exam, we don't have this yet. I got to add a question with it and add this graphic to it, but state exam does. So you need to know how to use this mortgage factor chart because there's going to be a math problem based on it. Okay, so this number, let's just say again, 4% interest rate, 30-year loan. What's the factor, everybody?
4.78.
4.78. Okay, so what is 4.78? What is a factor? That's a dollar amount. So 4.78, that's $4.78. Your monthly mortgage payment will be $4.78 per $1,000 borrowed. So if you have a $300,000 loan and the factor is 4.78, what is your mortgage payment?
4.78 into 1,000.
What did I say? 300,000?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you have a $300,000 loan, the mortgage factor is 4.78 because it's a 4% 30-year loan. What is your monthly mortgage payment?
1,434.
Yes. Now, how did she come up with that? Well, how many thousands are there in 300,000? You can just cross out the last three zeros, or you could divide 300,000 by 1,000 to get 300. Multiply 300 times the factor, 4.78, and you get $1,434. That's your monthly mortgage payment for a $300,000 loan. Now, some of you may be like, wait a minute, I got a $300,000 loan. More than that. Are your taxes and insurance included? And what was the interest rate that you got it at? Interest can make a great difference. Okay, so look, that was at 4%. Let's just bump it up to 5% and see on the same problem and see how much the mortgage payment would be. What would the mortgage payment on a $300,000 loan at 5% interest be? You guys will have to look up the factor in your own here and calculate it.
Could you repeat the question?
Yes, what would the monthly mortgage payment be on a $300,000 loan at a 5% interest, 30 years?
$1,611.
Yes. So your mortgage payment just about $200 for 1% interest difference. Because the factor on it, you move it across, was 5.37. So for every $1,000 borrowed, your mortgage payment is $5.37. That includes principal and interest. So now, what was that problem I just gave you? $300,000 loan at a 5% interest rate. The mortgage payment was $1,611. How much of that goes towards the principal on your first mortgage payment? You know how to figure that out? Use this on the previous page. So $300,000 loan, 30 years, 5% interest rate. How much of your first mortgage payment goes towards paying down the principal? How do you calculate interest? Interest is calculated on an annual basis. You take the full loan amount of $300,000 times the 5%. That gives you the annual interest, then divide it by 12. And what do you get?
1,250.
And the mortgage payment was $1,611, right? So subtract that. What was it? $1,250, $1,250? So you subtract 1,250 from 1,611, which was your total mortgage payment, and you get what do you get? Your total mortgage payment was $1,611. We just calculated the monthly interest payment was $1,250. So how much of your monthly mortgage payment went towards the principal?
361.
Yes. Is any of this rocket science? Is any of this stuff that difficult, especially with a calculator in your hand?
No, but it's just like I don't know what numbers goes where. That's the
You
only
gotta remember the formulas, in other words, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm teaching you here right now. I'm teaching you these formulas. I want you to know the formulas. I don't care if you know how to do simple math or not. That's why we got calculators. You know, but we need to know the formulas. So how is interest calculated? On an annual basis. Loan amount times interest rate equals annual interest rate. Divide that by 12, you get the monthly interest rate. Subtract that from your mortgage payment, you get the amount that goes towards the principal. Because your mortgage payment consists of PI. Remember, PITI is your total monthly expense for housing. It's principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. That's what PITI stands for. Principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. Your monthly mortgage payment consists of PI, principal, and interest. So you use the mortgage factor chart to figure out what that monthly mortgage payment is, what that PI payment is. And in the question itself, you had the information to figure out the interest. You had the loan amount and the interest rate. So you take the loan amount times it by the interest rate, and then you divide that by 12. Then you subtract the monthly interest payment from the monthly mortgage payment, the PI, and there you got your answer. So using this formula here that I had you highlight and right over here, calculating interest and amortization annually. And then I wrote here on the side, you know, PI is principal and interest. That's your monthly mortgage payment. I is just the interest, and P is just the principal. All right, we'll have more. You use this mortgage factor chart. I'd like you to write mortgage factor chart above it and highlight it like I have on this slide. And I got some instructions here on the side, and the book has similar instructions on the top of the page. I don't know if they're written exactly the same or not. I can't say that I read the book's instructions there, but it should be the same as mine. I don't know if it's written the same, but how you use this chart. All right. Oh, boy, oh boy, oh boy. We're gonna have to make some changes here. President Trump recently passed a big, beautiful bill. And there was a lot of things in that big, beautiful bill. A lot of, if you guys, has anybody here subscribed to our Facebook page yet, the Career Path Academy, facebook.com/Career Path Academy? I do post news up there and things. I posted an article where somebody's giving a breakdown of the changes in the big beautiful bill that affect this. All right. But let's just read this because I know things have changed here just recently with the passing of the bill, the amount for the SALT deductions and all that. Listen, we live in a highly taxed state, and it's no shock or surprise that most of the blue states are very high taxed. The blue states. When I say that, we're talking about politics. Red is Republican, blue is Democrat. We're a mostly blue state here in New Jersey, and so it's no stranger that we're a highly taxed state. Now, the reasons why we get highly taxed in the blue states like that, well, you'd have to discuss that with your politicians. Why are they taxing you, and what are they doing with your money, and why do they want more of it and need more of it to provide services that are not as good as some of the other states? That's a question between you and your political leaders. You need to do your own research on. This is not a political class, even though we talk about how politics affects things. I don't care about anybody's political views. I just need you to understand. The only reason why I talk about politics in this class is not to convert anybody to anything or to believe what I believe or what have you. It's for you guys to understand how politics plays a role in real estate and affects real estate. And make no mistake, it does at every level, down to the local level. But let's take a look at this. The tax deduction loophole limits. Trump attempted to end tax loopholes for the rich. I know everybody's like, oh, he's for the rich, he's for the rich, he's for the rich. But then his opposers, they're actually the ones that tend to be in bed with Wall Street, and he tends to butt heads more with them. So he actually tried to do something. You got to go not what by people say, but by what people do. And his actions show that he's there for the little guy. He's not just there for rich people. He's there for everybody. All America, when everybody does good. So Trump attempted to end this tax loophole for the rich, at least somewhat, with what he could do with all the opposition that he faced. However, this negatively impacts states with very high property taxes. And New Jersey is one of those. So this would point out those high tax states when they can't get all the benefits, because he's cutting out the benefits for those who have really expensive homes. How do we know you got expensive homes? Well, you're paying high taxes, generally speaking, because the ad valorem tax. What does ad valorem mean?
The amount of taxes taken by the value of the house.
Value of the house.
Yeah, ad valorem means according to value. So if you're paying high taxes, that means that you got a high value home, or at least it should, right? And in theory, politicians can play with those numbers all they want, but it'll become stark and clear when you can't do certain deductions, or you can't get certain tax deductions because of it. And this legislation that Trump did pointed that out. He said that he's eliminating a lot of the tax deductions for the rich. However, that may not apply in high tax states like New Jersey, where our politicians overtax people who may not be rich, paying the rates that rich people would pay in other states, and for that, his argument is, don't complain to me, complain to your local politicians that are taxing you so much. They're ripping you off, not me. So you want me to make legislation to go after the rich, I'm doing that, and now you're bitching and complaining. Right? It's not my fault that your local politicians tax the hell out of you. So this points out which states, New Jersey being one of them, which overtaxes its residents, or which has really high taxes. Let's come up with another wording for that, which overtax. This seems a little bit wordy. So, but this negatively impacts states with very high property taxes for those with expensive homes and high property taxes. Okay, high property taxes for those with expensive homes. Let's just leave it at that. This points out which states have extremely high taxes, New Jersey being one of them. Okay, so tax deduction loophole limits allows you to take deductions on your taxes for your mortgage interest. But there's also tax deductions you could take on property taxes. So the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, that's the law that he passed, which which went into effect in 2018 to 2025. We're in 2025 right now. Allows homeowners to deduct interest on their qualified home loans up to $750,000, down from $1 million in 2017. So generally speaking, are you rich if you got $1 million home?
No,
not if you live in
wow.
Not
$1
necessarily.
million home is a normal 4-bedroom home.
Yeah, in New Jersey.
New Jersey, yeah, in New Jersey, especially South Brunswick and Edison and Monroe.
You go to other states, that's like, wow, you must be like a gazillionaire because $1 million, I've never seen that kind of money. You know, you're like, oh, that's normal for a bedroom house. You know, it's like that just shows you how overtaxed we are and overburdened and how artificially inflated our prices are here. So Trump lowered that ability for people to take these tax cuts on expensive homes, which was up to $1 million, down to $750,000 homes. Because generally speaking, people who own $1 million homes are rich people, except in highly taxed, expensive states like New Jersey. So for taxpayers who use married filing separate status, the home acquisition debt limit is $375,000. So for single filers there. New Jersey law ended the tax deduction for interest on home equity lines of credit until 2026. Well, you know why? Because people were draining all the equity out of their homes and using it to go on vacation or buy cars or do stuff like that, instead of putting the money back into their house for improvements. And then when their property values drop, they just walk away from the house and say, screw you, I'm not paying all that money. Why do I got to pay all the money? My house ain't worth it. Well, because you already took out the money and you used it for whatever the hell you used it on, whether it was going on vacation, buying clothing, jewelry, a car. That's on you. You still got to pay back the loan. Okay, but that's the attitude that a lot of people get. You know, my house ain't worth it. Why do I got to pay it back? Well, because you took the damn money. That's why, right?
Yes.
The new law ended the deduction for interest on home equity lines of credit until 2026, unless one condition is met. The home equity line of credit or home equity loans are used to pay for improvements to the home. So he's trying to put an end to people's bad practices of using their homes as piggy banks to drain the equity and use it to buy stuff and then walk away from the home and not pay the loan later. So the upper and get tax deductions on top of it, you know. So the upper limit to state and local tax deductions, the SALT, they call that the SALT deduction, is now $10,000. Well, a lot of politicians bitched and complained about it, and we're not going to allow Trump to pass his big, beautiful bill unless he raised this amount, including there was one Republican in that was elected in a blue state. And he said, listen, he's like, unless this gets changed here, he's like, there's no way I'm getting reelected here. You know, so And then all the Democrats not going on board. He needed like everybody's vote in order to pass this bill, which included a lot of legislation for a lot of things. And so he raised this amount. Without going and looking at it, I think it's like $45,000 now. I could be wrong. Let me see if I can open our Facebook page really quick and see, because I posted the article there, I'm pretty sure. Let me take a look. If not, I got it bookmarked or emailed to myself, and we need to I need to go there to get the exact numbers. Not that you need to know them for exam, but being able to talk to your clients and give them accurate information on things is pretty good. Let's see. So let's go to our Facebook page here. I just posted this last night. You guys may want to watch this video. Why 87% of real estate agents fail. You may want to watch that. This is an attorney, real estate attorney. She gives some pretty good advice. Let's see, state New Jersey property tax relief. Trump's big beautiful bill. There we go. Locks in key tax breaks. Let's take a look at that. Oh, come on. It's not allowing us to open it now. Oh, come on, Facebook. Oh, well. Trump big beautiful bill locks in key tax. All right, let's just try to Google that, I guess. Trump's big beautiful bill locks in key tax breaks. Okay, so let's look at that. I don't know what's in these articles. Yeah, it's 40,000 a year. You can see that right here. You guys see that? 40. It went up. The SALT deduction cap went from $10,000 to $40,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see if we could see some other. Yeah, that's the same picture too. So that's the same article. Oh, actually, this is CNBC. This is different. Okay, but whatever. They all post the same news anyway. Let's see. Donald Trump's tax and spending revives and expands homeowner tax breaks while making the current mortgage interest deduction cap permanent. So the $750,000 limit on deductible mortgage debt, $375,000 for single filers, was set to expire in 2025 and revert to the previous $1 million cap. Under the new law, that change is off the table. While the deduction itself isn't expanding, the bill restores and boosts other federal tax breaks and benefits for homeowners. A deduction for mortgage insurance premiums has been revived, and a cap on state and local tax deductions has been temporarily raised. Changes that could save thousands for homeowners, especially in high tax states like New Jersey. Let's see, what do we have here? The deduction for mortgage insurance premiums, which expired after 2021 tax year, is also permanently reinstated. So great. Your mortgage insurance that you may have to pay, you made it so that it's tax deductible again. It was allowed to expire in 2021 under Biden. He reinstated it. Okay, so mortgage insurance premiums on FHA loans, including both upfront and annual charges, VA funding fees, USDA guaranteed fees, and private mortgage insurance, now all tax deductible. That's awesome. Income limits apply. Borrowers can deduct mortgage insurance premiums if their adjusted gross income is below $100,000 or $50,000 for married individuals filing separately. So once again, these are not tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires, with generally graduated phasing out the above those thresholds, because there are limits that apply that are higher. Roughly 4 million taxpayers claimed the mortgage insurance deduction each year, which went into effect and saved people about $1,400 a year. Let's see. Higher tax caps sweeten the deal. So tax caps from $10,000 went up to $40,000 now per household for tax years 2025 through 2029, with a phase out beginning at $500,000 of income. So people who are making over $500,000 a year don't get that. The deduction cap reverts to $10,000 in 2023, unless whoever's president at the time decides that they're going to make it permanent or expand it or whatever. Okay, so he extended it all the way out to 2030. Okay. Guess the best he could do with no opposition votes from the other side of the aisle in favor of his legislation here. So the changes could be especially impactful for homeowners in high tax states like New York, New Jersey, and California, where deductible state and local taxes often exceed the previous $10,000 cap. Now it's at $40,000. As a result, higher SALT limits tend to benefit higher income homeowners the most. A single California earning $330,000, for example, could save nearly $5,000 in federal taxes under the expanded cap. Okay. So for homeowners in states and cities with high tax rates, the increase in SALT cap could be the difference between taking a standard deduction and whether you're itemizing on your taxes to get the most money back. All right. So you got that article there, and there was another one. So here, let me click that one to open it. All right, I'll have that. And then, see, I'm going to look at the news for places like Bankrate or Kiplinger's or one of these that, here we go, it's Ways and Means Committee. There we go. Yeah, Senate Finance Committee, not so much. You know, you gotta pick and choose where you're getting your news from. I suggest getting it from the financial news places. But either way, we learn now he raised that. The home limit still remains the same, but he raised the limit to $40,000 for this tax deduction. So I'm just going to make a little notation of that here on this slide. That was raised to $40,000 with the passage of that big beautiful bill. And there we go. All right, that's good enough for now. But as you can see, you know, he's trying to help the average person and not give tax breaks to the rich people, because then he gets yelled at. Oh, he's giving tax breaks to his buddies, the billionaires, and well, that's not the case. Okay, points and the math. A point is prepaid interest on your loan. It's tax deductible by the buyer, the borrower, in the year it is paid, no matter who paid them. Math, and here's the math of the point. Each point is 1% of the new loan amount, not the purchase price. You need to understand that. If you pay interest points, if you calculate interest based on the loan amount, then you're paying interest on your own money, because you have to put down money to get the loan. So you don't pay based on the purchase price, but you pay the interest based on the loan amount, paying interest on the loan, not the purchase price, because you may have had to put down some money. You don't want to pay interest on your own money to someone else. That doesn't make any sense. Why would you want to do that? So prepaid interest called point. Each point is 1% of the new loan. The IRS allows the buyer to deduct them, because they're the ones that gets the tax bill at the end of the year.
Yeah, highlight done.
Okay. So points or map
I'm done as well.
of a point. Map of points. There we go. Or map endpoints. Yeah, that's right. Check it. Map endpoints. All right, so a buy down is what I explained to you. You could prepay interest on your loan to get a lower interest rate. It never makes sense to do that. Don't do that. Don't ever tell anyone to do that. You know, I'm by no means a math expert, but all of these economists and these people that go on these money shows, they'll tell you all the time, it never makes sense to pay for a lower interest rate by paying interest in advance. Your money is worth more to you in your pocket today than it is down the road because you gave it to someone else in advance to prepay interest. It also sucks because if you were to ever now want to refinance, you bought down a lower interest rate, but now interest rates come down. You're like, oh, hey, I'll just refinance to that even lower interest rate. Well, then you paid all that money for the buy down and never realized any benefit to it. Okay. So don't ever pay to lower your interest rate on a loan. It never makes financial sense. You'd have to be in the house for a while for that to start saving you money anyway. And people usually in their homes for a long enough period of time for that savings to kick in. Probably not. Maybe not. It depends, really. But if you got that extra money, I know how that savings can immediately start helping you. Do you?
No.
What do you do?
In place of buying
It's-
point.
Instead of buying down points, paying for it right now. If you got that extra money, instead of paying down the points, you're paying for interest in advance to get a lower interest rate. How can you get an immediate savings?
Nothing, no saving. It's even you paid.
So you can. You know what you do? You use that money to make an extra payment towards the principal.
Yeah, extra payment for principal.
That's less money they could charge you interest on now.
Yeah.
Throughout the year. We already learned that's the basics of the biweekly mortgage, which can knock off 7 to 8 years of mortgage payments and save you on a $300,000 5% interest, $54,000, right? So if you got the extra mortgage money, instead of buying down points right now by paying money in advance, well, why don't you use that extra money to make an extra mortgage payment
Yep.
entirely towards the principal? Okay, so mortgage options. Okay, we refer to it as risk-based lending. In risk-based lending, the best interest rate you could get is tied to the amount of risk to the lender. Factors include the down payment amount, your FICO credit score. FICO, by the way, anybody know what that stands for? Little useless knowledge here for you. It's
A FICO score is like how it's just
full form of FICO.
what FICO stands for. What is that abbreviation?
financial and no.
Fair Isaacs Corporation. It's a Fair Isaacs credit scoring system that they made up. They're the ones that invented it. So it's called the Fair Isaacs Corporation. So Fair Isaacs Corporation credit scoring system. And yes, that is your credit score that helps determine your risk based on your payments, your payment history. Yeah. But that's one of the things that take into consideration the factor your risk to the lender. Factors include how much down payment amount you're making, your FICO credit score, your DTI, which stands for debt to income ratio. How much do you make in relation to how much outstanding debt do you have? Because look, if you got a lot of outstanding debt and your income is like just about enough maybe a little bit more than to pay your monthly bills, how much more money do you have of leeway to spend on an additional new bill? You know, we realize you need to live, you got to eat, you got to pay these expensive car insurance rates, which keep going up. You know, anybody notice your car insurance rate go up in the last year?
Yeah, car insurance, I think for my personally went 50% up.
Yeah, it's insane. Yeah, I was helping my mother out with this yesterday with the insurance company, with the car and the house and all that stuff, you know. But the car insurance, you know, it went up insanely, you know. I mean, I'm paying almost $2,000 a month. I'm sorry, $2,000 a year for car insurance. It's like that's what used cars used to cost, you know.
Yeah.
It's crazy. A lot of political decisions led all of these costs to go up and rise, you know. And, you know, people say, oh, the shortage of microchips and stuff. All right, there's more to it than that. You know, what about the importing and the trucking, those regulations that went on them to try to give only jobs to unionized workers, you know, that Biden was doing, right? Remember at the docks, there was you know, hundreds of ships out in the ocean waiting to come in and dock and unload because of the lack of union workers on trucks. You know, they wouldn't allow your independent tractor trailer drivers to be in there anymore. You know, there's all kinds of nonsense like that. There's many different political decisions that apply to this crap that rise your interest rates. They rise your raise the price of housing. How do they raise the price of housing other than let's forget about the situation of any population coming in and government paying overprice for rentals or any of that. Typically, home prices are directly tied to supply and demand.
Supply and demand, yes, supply and demand.
Supply and demand and cost to construct.
Cost to construction, yes.
So now, you know, certain costs go up. Like they start putting taxes on lumber because they don't want you to destroy the environment or whatever, you know, they just want to create taxes. So if they put taxes on lumber, and if they raise fuel taxes, because you know, fossil fuels, I hate that term. It's not fossil fuels, it's oil, gas and diesel, you know, which is type of oil. Number two, heating oil is actually diesel. If they start taxing it because certain environmentalists and politicians who are trying to get brownie points with them are raising the taxes on these fuel, doesn't that raise the taxes on the items that are getting shipped to the construction? Raise the prices on the items that are getting shipped to the construction prices too? Doesn't that need to be factored into overall house price to construct? Yes.
Yeah, it's a diesel price hike is always increasing everything price. If the diesel price increase, then everything price is going to increase because all travel costs going to increase and everything price is going to go increase.
Yep. The cost, look, we could break it down to the cost of the fuel that they got to put in the chainsaws to cut down those trees. Then they got to ship them all that heavy equipment that's running off of diesel to load it onto trucks to take it to the sawmill, to then cut it into lumber, and then load it onto a truck, to then ship it out to your local Home Depot or Lowe's or whatever it is, to then sell at your thing. There's a lot of fuel that's getting spent in order to create that piece of wood.
Yeah,
into lumber, you know. The outlets, electric wiring, the sheathing that goes on the electric wiring, that's made of what? What's that sheathing made of? Plastic?
Plastic, yeah.
Where does plastic come from? What is it made from?
Plastic is
made from oil. It's from one of the byproducts from these oil.
Yeah.
You know, ladies, do you wear makeup? You know, a lot of makeup is made up from byproducts of oil. just about every product that we have and use out there, from your computers to your cameras to your phones to your makeup that you put on your faces to the some of the types of paints that are put down on the roadways, the roadways themselves, the tar, all the stuff made up from oil. So much of what we use comes from oil. So you start taxing the hell out of that, price of everything goes up. It's not just because of the shipping and the manufacturing. I gave you for the real estate aspect of it, but yeah, all that stuff, the prices come up. It's all based off of oil. Energy is a key indicator. So if we see that somebody's on a war rant over oil, start thinking about real estate, all those products, all those little things, What about the plastic housing where the wall receptacles go into, where you plug things into the wall and the electrical wire and stuff, prices are going up. Prices are going up. Forget about the shipping. That's another thing, but it all contributes. So if you see certain types of political moves that politicians make, you know that you gotta now monitor what scale are they actually attacking it at, and is this going to have an impact in the near future in the real estate? See, if you monitor all news and like this and start thinking about how does it relate to my business that I'm in, you can maybe start learning about key market indicators. Politicians letting crime go unchecked. Is that neighboring us? Are those people maybe going to start moving out of there into our area to buy houses? Maybe we should start targeting people over there to come to New Jersey and buy a home, See how you can get ideas of who to market to, how to adjust your business based on what's going on in the world around you. I know growing up, most people, they care less about that. You live your life and you could care less about politics or any of that. But actually, if you're aware of these things, you could really boom in business. You could predict almost what's going to be happening in your areas. Taking those Ottawa classes could help give you a little insight on how they come up with these predictions too. It's really neat. I highly suggest you guys take them. Anyway, PITI payment. I told you PITI is your total monthly expense for a house. Principal, interest, that's your mortgage payment, property taxes, and homeowners insurance. That's what PITI. And if you include all of those payments in your monthly mortgage payment, like the lenders want to get you to do, they'll even bribe you by giving you a discount of 1/8 of a point on your interest rates if you include all of those payments in your monthly charge, so they can ensure those important bills are being paid. So PITI payment includes property taxes and insurance in the monthly bill. If you have high taxes, could that raise the cost of your home, your monthly mortgage payment? So we factored in what the monthly mortgage payment was using the mortgage factor chart, but we didn't even try to factor in property taxes or homeowners insurance, which, by the way, we got New Jersey manufacturers. Our homeowner insurance for our home was $600 a year. We just got the new bill, almost $1,000. Quite the hike. That's like my car insurance going up from what was it, the 1,400 to almost 2,000, 19 and change a year. These hikes are ridiculous. So, but politicians are allowing. So principal, interest, property taxes, and insurance. That's what PITI is. And PITI reserves go towards next year's payments of bills. What are reserves? It's an amount saved up for emergencies and future payments. So PITI reserves go towards next year's payments of the property taxes and the homeowners insurance. They kind of build up a reserve account so that when those bills come due, the mortgage payment, the lender can make those payments if they're included in the monthly mortgage payment. So therefore, you're going to be making those periodic payments to build up that reserve account so that the lender can make those bill payments. Do you need to include your property taxes and homeowners insurance in your mortgage payment?
Yes.
Nope. You could pay them separately on your own. And then you don't got to keep going to do the accounting to see if your lender screwed up or their calculations. Yeah, you could make those payments totally separately on your own. You do not need to include them in your mortgage payment. Your mortgage payment is only principal and interest. That's your mortgage loan payment. They try to get you to pay the property taxes and insurance and include it in the monthly mortgage payment so they can ensure those important bills are being paid. Because that's the collateral. And if you don't pay the taxes on your home, and it can lead to a tax foreclosure sale that they would not be aware of. And if you don't pay the insurance and the house burns down or has a flood or a car drives through the front door, what did that just do to their collateral? Poof. So they want to make sure that those payments are included. So they're going to try to bribe you by giving you an additional 1/8 of a point discount on your interest payment to include it in your monthly mortgage payment. But you can make them separately on your own. Pity reserves go towards the next year's payments of those bills. And the total monthly expense for housing is your pity payment. Now, if you're buying a condo, well, you got to add your HOA fees because that's an additional monthly expense for that housing. So a pity loan is also known as a budget loan. Why? Because you could budget your expenses because all of them are included in one monthly payment. Okay? So a pity loan is sometimes called what?
Budget loan.
A budget loan. That'll probably be on exam. What does pity stand for?
Principal, interest, tax, and insurance.
You probably need to know that as well. What does the PI of the pity stand for?
PI, principal and interest.
Correct. What does your mortgage payment consist of? Just the mortgage payment.
Yeah.
PI, the principal and interest. So lenders will incentivize borrowers to include the property taxes and homeowners insurance in the monthly mortgage payment to ensure those important bills are being paid. They often offer an 1/8 of a point discount in the interest rate if they do. And here's that explanation of what reserves are. It's an amount of money built up for the coming year's future expenses. First time you're charged in advance to help build up that reserve is for your closing costs at the time of purchase. Property taxes and insurance. RESPA, the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, that's what RESPA stands for, you'll need to know that for exams, limits the amount of reserves a lender may charge. And lenders have to do periodic accounting annually, and they must return excess money in the reserve account over a $50 that they may have had over $50 above that maximum reserve that they're allowed to collect. Everybody got that explanation?
Yep.
Okay, because this page is a note that I made. You may see some of these notes sprinkled around the book, but I got them here together, painting a pretty good picture with a good explanation like this. They don't give you this explanation in a book like that, or this. All right, let's do highlights on it now. Pity, principal, interest, taxes, and insurance reserves. A pity loan is sometimes referred to as a budget loan. And RESPA, the Federal Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, limits the amount of taxes and insurance reserves that a lender may require.
Yeah. Yeah, done.
Okay. Check out this guy. Talk about RESPA insurance reserves. This guy ended up foreclosing on Wells Fargo. Remember I told you about that the other day when we were watching those videos?
Yeah.
There's another guy. He ended up, going after Wells Fargo and then foreclosed on one of their branches because they tried force placing an insurance policy that protected them and not him. So his home was valued at like $180,000 or something like that. And they required him to insure it for $1 million. And $1 million insurance policy is going to cost a lot more than going to insure a $180,000 home. Yeah, so in this example here, yeah, you can see, let's let this guy who looks like Count Dracula, he's got his fangs too and everything, but even though he's a weirdo, he's a pretty smart fella because he learned the laws and he learned to use it properly and he speaks pretty eloquently. So, I guess people got their fetishes, Dracula, but let him explain it.
This morning from Philadelphia. Hey, Patrick.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing well. So explain this for us. You actually had a home that Wells Fargo came to you and said, look, you need to take out a homeowner's insurance policy that you don't think it's worth the value of your home. What did you do to Wells Fargo in response?
I told them I wasn't going to renew that policy that they were having me renew. I had an insurance policy on my house, which I had bought for $180,000. And Wells went to the insurance company and said that they wanted me to insure it for $1 million. And as you can imagine, the premium on a policy like that is through the roof. So I said, no, I'm not going to do it. And they said, well, we're going to do it for you. And they force-placed an insurance policy for me that doesn't cover me. It only covers them. And that was the genesis of a dispute with them that's been running for nearly 2 years now.
Well, we did reach out to Wells Fargo, got no response from them. It sounds just like your experience with them, no response at all. Are you surprised by that?
Welcome to the world of dealing with Wells Fargo. No, I'm not surprised at all.
You also then found an interesting loophole, or not a loophole, but you found an interesting law dating back to the 1970s, which enabled you to work this angle, which is they needed to respond to you within 20 days. They needed to respond to you with written responses to your inquiries. They didn't do so, and therefore you were able to place a levy on their office and foreclose on them?
That's true. There's a law called RESPA, and there's a 20-day window that they have to acknowledge receipt of your request, and then they have 60 days to actually respond to that request. And if they don't, it's possible for you to collect damages and even additional fines on top of the damages. So I took them to court here in Philadelphia through the municipal court system. I won a judgment. They ignored the judgment. The court advised them they had to pay. They ignored that court's advice. And so I got a sheriff's levy, and when they ignored that, I ordered a sheriff's sale on their branch in downtown Philadelphia. And they still weren't going to pay. But let me tell you, when the media coverage started and it was on the front page of the business section that their office furniture was going to be sold off to pay a judgment, I had a check in my hands the next day.
Brilliant. And I can imagine a lot of viewers this morning waking up wondering if they're in a similar position. Do you think that your story opens the floodgates for other people watching this morning?
I think it does. I mean, people ask me what I hope to get out of this, and one thing is if I wind up being the Johnny Appleseed of RESPA letters, I would absolutely love for that to be my epitaph. These RESPA letters are not difficult to write. There are numerous consumer resources sites on the internet. There's government sites on the internet that'll help you with that process. And these RESPA letters, the banks are legally required to respond to them. So I would say to consumers, these are a very important tool if you're having a problem communicating with your mortgage lender.
Patrick Rogers from my home city of Philadelphia, good luck to you, and thanks for coming in and telling your story this morning.
Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Patrick. Coming up here on the show,
that was pretty informative, huh?
Mm-hmm.
The RESPA, the whole body of RESPA law, RESPA stands for the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act. And it requires certain disclosures to the consumer. And it also requires the lenders to provide certain disclosures to the consumers, many different time frames that they need to provide them in. the disclosures that they need to make, how they need to make them. And I think under the RESPA and all of these disclosures that they got to give. What do you say the law is under RESPA? The
budget protest
I had bought for $180,000. They wanted me to insure it from, and as you can imagine, the through the to do it for you, me. It only covers them. That was the jurors now.
Well, it sounds just like your experience with law. Are you
Wells Fargo? No.
Loophole, or not a loophole, but you found an interesting law dating back to the 19 work this angle, which is they needed to respond to you within 20 days, respond to you with written responses to your inquiries. They didn't do so, and therefore you were able to place a levy on their office and foreclose on them.
That's true. There's a law called RESPA, and there's a 20-day window that they have to acknowledge receipt of your request, and then they have 60 days to actually respond to that request. And if they don't, it's possible for you to collect damages and even additional fines on top of the damages. So I took them to court here in Philadelphia through the municipal court judgment. They ignored the advised court's advice. Out of sheriff, they ignored the branch in downtown Philadelphia, and they still. But let me front page of the business section sold off.
I can imagine a lot of viewers this morning waking up wondering if they think that your story opens the floodgates for other people watching this morning.
I think it does. I mean, people ask me what I hope to get out of this, and one thing is if I wind up being the Johnny Appleseed of RESPA letters, I would absolutely love for that to be my epitaph. These RESPA letters are not difficult to write. There are numerous consumer resources sites on the internet. There's government sites on.
You keep saying RESPA letters. Okay, I'm thinking about the Truth in Lending Act. Okay, which is implemented by RESPA. Okay, so he's got the what do you call it? The RESPA letters, the Truth in Lending Act. Well, lenders need to follow a lot of different regulations, and if they don't, you could actually do things like this, write these RESPA letters and submit these inquiries, which banks have to respond within 20 days that they've received your inquiry, and then actually respond to the inquiry what you actually were asking for within 60 days. Otherwise, they could be held financially liable to you. You know, like this guy, that's basically what this guy did here. And there are hundreds of different disclosures and time frames and rules that the lenders need to follow when originating loans, and throughout the whole process, like the accounting and bookkeeping and all that. And if the lenders don't follow it, they could be fined and require you to pay them to pay you a lot of money.
This morning. So
a point, and the math again, a point is prepaid interest on the loan, tax deductible by the borrower in the year it's paid, no matter who paid them. And the math of a point is that each point is equal to 1% of the loan amount, not the purchase price, right? We all got that, right? So I'm actually going to have a math problem here for you. You guys got your calculators out again? Well, ready or not, here we go. We got another math problem we're going to do, but we're going to do it on screen here together, and then I'll have some that you guys can do separately on your own as well. Let me see if I can get this all. So the question is this: if the purchase price is $325,000 and the buyer has to put down 20% and pay 2 points and $5,000 in closing costs, how much money does the buyer need to purchase?
How much money does the buyer need?
Yep.
Okay, so the purchase price 3,500. 20%.
So if the purchase price is $325,000 and the buyer has to put down 20% and pay 2 points and $5,000 in closing costs, how much money does the buyer need to complete this purchase? Is everybody working on this?
Yeah.
I think I got it, but I think it's wrong.
All right. Well, everybody got their numbers there, right?
Yeah.
All right. So you don't need to shout them out or anything. I'm going to walk you through it now. We're going to see if you got it right so that you know. Okay. The whole class don't need to know, but you do. So what's the first step here?
You have to multiply 325,000 times 0.20.
Why?
Well,
what are you trying to do?
You're trying to find the down payment with the 20%, but then each point is 1%, so then it's 22%.
Okay, so when you're figuring out the 20%, what are you doing with that? I think he got a call. Okay, so here's what we do. You figure out the down payment amount to 20%. That's the first step. And what are you going to do with that? What are you going to do with that figure once you figure it out? Because that's $65,000. That's your 20% down payment.
Yes,
65 minus 65,000. So we can calculate the points.
Okay, so you're trying to figure out the loan amount.
Loan amount, yeah.
And the way you do that is you first figure out the down payment amount, you subtract it from the purchase price, and whatever's left over, that's your loan amount.
Mm-hmm.
So the loan amount is $260,000. Everybody get that?
Yeah.
So
1 point is 2,600.
Now we calculate the points. 260,000, the loan amount times the points, the 2%, that's $5,200.
Yep.
And then you got to pay $5,000 in closing costs.
Closing cost.
So you got $65,000
plus 5,000
plus the 5,200, 2 points, and the 5,000. You add it all, and you get $75,200.
200, yes.
What's that, Jeff?
Part. I said I almost got it. I just missed that second part. Once you figure out how much your loan amount is, to then multiply the 2% to that. I did it to the 325.
So you paid interest on your own money.
Exactly.
Yeah. See, I was telling you, this is the important part here that you guys got to understand, though. You know, points are calculated based on the loan amount, not the purchase price. And to calculate the loan amount, you got to subtract your down payment. And then the balance is the loan. And then you calculate points based on the loan amount, not the purchase price.
So
that's important. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
When they speak of points, it means at 1%, right? So like 5 points would be 5%.
Correct.
Okay.
Is 1% of the loan amount.
Okay, got it.
Okay. So if you want to snap a picture of this slide, I would suggest doing that so you know how to figure this out. Or you could just download the slideshow and it's interactive there for you too.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. And I got this in the notes, but it's not so neatly written. So when I copy and paste, so let me get a screenshot of this myself. Do I got my screenshot tool open? Ugh. I do. Yep. I did that whole thing and added that image to the slideshow. Or to my notes. All right, next one. This is the same exact problem, worded differently. If the purchase price is $325,000 and the buyer puts down 20% and has to pay 2 points and 5,000 closing costs, how much does the buyer need to purchase? That was the question on the previous slide. This is the same exact question worded differently. If the purchase price is $325,000 with an LTV of 80%, and the buyer needs to pay 2 points and 5,000 in closing costs, how much does buyer need to complete this purchase? That question is identical. The only thing is they're not spelling out for you, you got to put 20% down. You need to know what an LTV is. And if an LTV is 80%, that means the lender is loaning you 80% of the purchase price, and you need to put down 20%. They're not telling you straight out, you need to know what an LTV is in order to figure that one out. So there's another element to the way this question is worded versus this one, but yet the problem is exactly the same.
Yep.
Okay. So actually, let me take a screenshot of this one too and put that in our notes that I'm making.
So in the case of the bottom one, once you do the multiplication of the 325, it would be your total cost of, instead of like subtracting the 20%, right?
No, you're subtracting the 20%. It's the same exact problem.
Question is same.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that if you see a question like this, if you do the 325 times 80, it would give you the total cost.
No, that's wrong.
Right away, because I get 260 as well.
No, so
instead of doing 325 minus the 20%.
Okay, yeah, you are right. 80% means that is the loan amount. Yes.
Loan amount, yes, because they'll lend you 80% of the value. Yeah,
Exactly.
Yes. Okay, yeah, correct. All right. Now here's the same problem on the previous slide. However, we're going to use a different loan product to buy that same house. So I want you to figure this out. We're going to use an FHA loan, and FHA loans have a 3.5% minimum down payment requirement. So how much would you need to close if you bought that same $325,000 home using an FHA loan with the 3.5% down payment requirement, 2 points, and 5,000 in closing costs? So basically, the problem is the same, just with a different loan product, which allows for a higher LTV ratio. By the way, what is the LTV on FHA loan if with 3.5% down payment requirement? What is the LTV?
LTV is the
Loan to value.
87.5%, 86.5%.
Not 80.
86.5.
96.5.
Sorry. 96.5. 96.5.
96.5% of the appraised value of the property.
Would it be 96.75? Or
no, because it's 3%. The down payment requirement is 3.5%. So the LTV, here's the easy way to figure out the LTV. 100%. You start, when we calculate value, we're calculating all of it, 100%. Okay, so write down 100. Subtract 3.5 from that. What do you get?
96.5.
yeah, 6.5.
That's the LTV. That's how you come up with it. Because value is 100.
I think when I punched it in, I put the 325 instead of the 3.5.
Okay, so calculate this now. 325. So this is what we do. 325,000 times the 3.5%. The down payment is 11,375. Now, is there a shortcut to that? Of course, Heidi told us before that there was, right? She figured out what the LTV was, and she just, on the last time I showed you the LTV, she just took the LTV and multiplied that by the purchase price. And it automatically calculated the loan amount, right? But then again, it doesn't tell you what the down payment was. So it doesn't help you figure out the how much money you need the way that this is worded. It makes it easier to calculate the points, but doesn't, you still need to figure out how much the down payment amount is, because you're going to need to factor that into money that you need to purchase. So
22,624.
Yeah, 325,000 times 3.5%. That's 11,375 for the down payment. This is why I do it step by step by step. Even though there may be shortcuts that could help, they could also backfire a little bit, and you got to go back and figure out the down payment amounts anyway. So 325,000 minus the down payment amount, the loan amount is 313,625. Everybody get that?
Yeah.
Now you calculate your points based off of that.
6,272. Yep.
So that 2 points, you're spending more money on 2 points on this loan than you were on the previous one, which came out to like 5,200, right? It's 1,000 more bucks in points. But that's because the loan amount is bigger, because you're putting down less money. But it does make it more affordable to get into house ownership when you don't got a lot of money, to have these loans that have a higher LTV ratio. So we had that down payment amount. We got to add those 2 points and that 5,000 in closing costs, for a grand total of $22,647.50 needed to purchase this house. It makes it a lot more affordable than under conventional loans, where you needed what, 72,000 or 75,000 or whatever it was on the previous one, right? So you see how the FHA type loan programs and these types of government insured and backed loan programs that offer higher loan to value ratios can make it a lot more affordable to get into home ownership. You only need $22,000 versus needing $75,000 to purchase.
Would it be the same thing for a VA home loan, or is that different?
Well, VA loan doesn't require any down payment.
What?
Yeah, it's 100% financing for the veteran. Some lenders may require the veteran to put a small amount of money down, but the VA doesn't. So most lenders don't require you to put any down. So, okay, let's do it this way. I don't have a slide for that, but let's figure out how much would it cost to get into the same home if it was a VA loan that required no down payment. Well, that means the full purchase price is the loan amount. So $325,000 times the 2 points, the 2%, that's $6,500. Okay, that's $6,500 for the points, plus the $5,000 in closing costs. You would need $11,500 as a veteran to purchase the same house, because there's no down payment requirement.
Interesting.
Don't let anybody talk you out of a VA loan if you qualify for it. I know a lot of lenders, they'll try to push you to the FHA loan. They'll be like, oh, it's easier process, there's less red tape and BS you got to deal with, and you could get the same savings with the FHA loan. That's bullshit. Do not listen to a lender that tells you that. They're lazy. They make more money pushing the FHA loan program, and it's probably the only one they know. Yeah, there's a lot of lenders, there's a lot of mortgage reps that they just push one loan program all the time, whichever one their office is telling them to push, and that's probably the only one they really know. The VA requires them to do a little more paperwork on their end, it doesn't make it harder for you. Let them earn their money, you don't have to put any down payment down. Now, if you do have money for down payment, by all means, do put it down, because otherwise, financing a higher mortgage will cost you more in the long run, So if you have it, do it, but you could get into housing with zero money down. And what kind of properties can you purchase with an FHA or VA loan? What kind of residential, because it's only for residential properties, can you purchase?
Only a one family?
Owner occupied.
Yeah.
You could buy a 4-family house. So why not have your first home, whether you're using a VA loan or a FHA loan, why not your first home be a 4-family? You buy it, you use from the other 3 apartments to help pay down your mortgage, building equity. As you build equity, you could now refinance into a conventional loan, take out the equity, and use it as a down payment to use a FHA loan again to buy a 1-family house or a 2-family house.
And you have to stay there for what, 2 years?
Listen, you have to have an intent. With FHA, you have to have an intent to live in the house.
Yeah.
Or use FHA loan and never move in the house because, their plans changed, something changed in their life, I was intending fully to move into the house and live in it, but they never did. Okay. It is not a loan for investors. It is a loan for owner occupants. That's why you could only have one FHA loan at a time. So my example, I said to use the FHA loan to buy your first home, be a multi-family home, and then refinance into a conventional loan after you've built some equity into it, and then do a cash out refi, take out that equity, and use it as a down payment to get another FHA loan to buy another house. Because you can only have one FHA loan at a time, because FHA loans are for owner occupants. Same thing with a VA loan. Only one VA loan, only one FHA loan a time, because it's for your residence, and you could only live in one place at a time. So the FHA will have it directly tied to your Social Security number. So you can only have one outstanding FHA loan at a time, but you could reuse the FHA loan many times in your lifetime.
I have a question.
Shoot.
For an Airbnb, that would be like a different loan, right? Like the DSCR loan, I think.
Airbnb is just you renting out your house using some website called Airbnb. Okay, that's all that is. It has nothing to do with the types of purchases or loans.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. All right, so anybody want to snap picture of this slide? Be my guest, snap picture of that slide as well. All right. Where are we? Oh, we're already at lunch. Okay. What do I have coming after this? All right. Let's just we'll take our lunch break right now, and we'll resume after lunch. Once again, the bar chart shows that the majority of your monthly mortgage payment gets applied first towards the interest and then the balance towards the principal for at least the first half of a 30-year term in your mortgage loans there. Then we have the mortgage factor chart we learned about how to read. You're going to need to know this to figure out the monthly mortgage payment that someone would have, how much it could cost them roughly. This could be a good guide for you guys to use to figure out roughly how much money people can borrow. But there's a lot of different various loan programs out there that may have different factor charts to them. So taxes and affordability. Do taxes play a role in home affordability? Well, I got this from the Fox Business Network. They had one on which states are most affordable to retire in and which ones are not. And where do you think New Jersey lands on that list? Most
The least affordable.
affordable? So they're talking about if you retire with $1 million in savings, how long can you live and last in these states?
The report, by the way, noted that even with $1 million in retirement savings, the average person would only be able to cover about 14 years of expenses in New York City, and I'm not sure it would go that far. New Jersey came in 49th in affordability, followed by Vermont, Massachusetts, Maryland, Washington, Connecticut, Maine, Illinois, and Oregon. California not in there, making up the bottom 10. Okay, let's get to the other side of the story.
Oh, that's because this was from about 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Well, where's the most affordable
I think California did work their way up that list to least affordability.
place? Alabama, number one, as the most affordable state to retire in, followed by Tennessee, West Virginia, South Carolina, Wyoming, Delaware, Georgia, Arkansas, Florida, and Mississippi. In other words, the South. All right, Stu, there you go. New York, though, not very affordable, apparently.
That was a very nice summary. In other words, the South.
Kind of crazy. How many people here got $1 million saved up?
Not yet.
Not yet, yeah.
$1 million in savings will only get you 14 years in New York, and New Jersey is a close second. That is insane. I mean, growing up, we used to think you hit the lottery, $8, right? Well, no, you get taxes, and half that goes towards education. So by the end of the day, you win $1 million. You're walking away with what? Maybe 500,000. How long is that going to last you? All right. So here's how here's the formulas I told you about, which are so important on how to calculate the payment. Well, we learned you take the loan amount per $1,000 borrowed, and then times it by the factor, and you'll get the monthly mortgage payment, which consists of principal and interest. So you have to use the mortgage factor chart to figure that one out. Now, how do you calculate the monthly interest? Well, interest is calculated on an annual basis, so you just take the loan amount, times it by the interest rate, and divide it by 12. Gets the monthly, right? Listen, after a while, when you start thinking about it, these are pretty easy formulas to remember. And how do you calculate the monthly principal paid? How much money goes of your monthly mortgage payment? How much of that goes towards the principal? Well, what does your monthly mortgage payment consist of? Principal and interest.
Principal and interest.
So subtract the interest and you're left with the principal. Now, we just need to remember, how do you calculate interest? On an annual basis. Loan amount times interest rate is annual interest divided by 12 gives you the monthly interest. Take that amount, subtract it from your monthly mortgage payment, and you're left with the principal. Boom. Kind of common sense, too. I know it's new to you guys, so maybe a little bit harder to remember right now, but the formulas are not that difficult. I've got those 3 things that could figure out most of the math problems that you're going to need pertaining to mortgages. So, here's a question for you. $400,000 loan, 30 years, 5% interest rate. What's the factor? Well,
Or no, 30-year 5% loan factor.
yeah, remember, you gotta use the chart. You gotta use the chart to get the factor. So on that chart, we got the 5.37 is the factor for 30-year loan at 5% interest rate. So how much is the monthly mortgage payment, and how much of that goes towards paying down the principal? Figure it out.
Okay. So calculator.
You got everything you need on screen here to figure it out. Here's the factor, the loan amount, year.
400,000. 5.37%.
I'm just going to mute you because you tell me out loud. I want everybody to have their their chance. Okay. So if you want to talk, just unmute yourself again. Okay. Just want to make sure. JLT, Brian, and Victoria, you're all here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Is anybody lost in these steps? I got the formula up here. And here's all the question and the factor information, which we also looked up.
400,000 is the loan amount?
400,000 is the loan amount. Yes. If anybody's lost, just tell me and we could try to walk you through it.
So it is saying the how much that goes towards paying down the principal. So if you have only 5% factor, so it means 30 years.
The loan amount is $400,000, 30 years at a 5% interest rate on the loan. So the mortgage factor is 5.37. Mortgage factor is used to figure out what?
The monthly
mortgage payment, which includes
principal and interest.
So step one, figure out what your monthly mortgage payment is.
So monthly mortgage payments came as a 1780.
Okay, write that down somewhere. You need that little scrap paper there.
I think only one.
And when you write down, guys, when you do simple math like this that has multiple steps, it's easy to get lost in it if you don't write what that number is, if you're just writing it on scrap paper. So write down that figure of what the monthly mortgage payment is and right next to it, PI.
Yeah.
So if we're trying to figure out the P, how much goes towards the principal, and we know what the PI is, what do we got to do?
And subtract I.
We got to subtract the I. Okay, so now we need to figure out what the I is.
So I is the.
And how do we calculate interest?
So only the 5, we have to calculate this 5%.
Okay, so how do we do that?
Just
take that loan amount,
780. Yeah.
Times it by the interest. That gives you annual interest. Then divide it by 12.
Yeah. $16.16.
So the loan amount per $1,000 times it by the factor is $2,148 in monthly mortgage payment.
2148.
That's
Yeah.
the PI.
Yeah, and minus 1780 or 16.
Okay, the interest, you take the full loan amount of 400,000 times it by the 5% interest rate, gives you $20,000 annual interest. Divide
Yeah.
that by 12, you get $1,666.
0.66. Okay, so
That's the
1666.
I. So now we got to subtract that from that. Subtract the I from the PI to get the P. PI is 2148. The I, the interest, is 1666. You're left with $482 went towards the principal. So of $2,148 in mortgage payment, only $482 went towards paying down back what you owe.
Yeah.
Think that's going to take a while? 30
Yeah.
years. 30 years. 30 years of monthly mortgage payments. 360 to be exact.
360 month.
Yeah. 360 mortgage payments. Everybody got that? You want to snap a picture of it? Take a screenshot, whatever. All right. Here's another math problem we'll get. The same problem we're going to use from the previous example. But we're also going to calculate how taxes and property taxes and insurance can play a role in affordability. Because we didn't factor that in, we just figured out the PI. So if the property insurance is $900 a year and the taxes were $9,000, we're going to calculate what the pity is. Remember, we had the PI was the 2148. That was your monthly mortgage payment. So we take the $900 in annual taxes and $900 in insurance.
Yeah, divide them plus and divide by
Add
12.
them up and then divide it by 12 to get the monthly figure. 825 in TI. So you take your PI, you add your TI, you shake it all out, and you get your PITI. Now your mortgage payment just jumped up to $2,973 a month.
Yeah.
So what previously seemed like it was affordable, now it's like it's getting a little tight, those payments. Right?
Yeah.
So I mean, that's an additional $825 a month. And that's just for your house. That's not talking about it's kind of hot out. You want the air conditioning running? See what that electric bill is going to look like. Oh, you like to watch TV, you say? And you need an internet connection? Jing, 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 jing. Yeah.
Netflix account.
Cost of living's expensive in Jersey.
Health insurance.
Yeah, that stuff adds up. By the way, I was telling you guys, I was adjusting those notes. Remember, in the new class links Word document, I turned it into not just having the class links, but also this lesson from the important slides. I'm just putting on the Word document. And I went and I visited all those pages that we pulled up when we were looking at the big, beautiful bill that Trump passed to see what was in it. And so I went to those couple sites and was viewing them and reading through them. And depending on where you're getting your information from, talk about spin. You know, some of the sources were just talking about what was in the bill, what it is. And then others are like putting up a narrative. Who's going to benefit from who's in the big, beautiful bill and who the loser's going to be? And how they spun it was incredible because Trump cut out a lot of money out of something called Medicaid. You know, Medicare is something that people pay into all their lives. Medicaid is what people get for free. It's for low income persons and such like that. The thing is, over the last couple of years, we've added tremendously, hundreds of billions of dollars towards Medicaid. Because so offering it to illegal aliens. They're getting Medicaid. They're not supposed to. So all those cuts that he made, they spun it to how he's taking benefits from so many people are going to be losing their medical benefits and their housing and their this and their that. But they're kind of really spinning the story because it's more than just the numbers. And if you just got the numbers, people can spin it all kinds of ways. But there's a lot of reasoning behind that. But there's some things that he had in that big beautiful bill, like no tax on tips, discounts and tax rebates for people with kids for child care and all kinds of other stuff like that. It's pretty interesting. You know what? I'm not going to be going over all that stuff with you, but I am going to be making posts on our Facebook page about it. Yeah, he put do you know now that Social Security currently gets taxed for seniors? They get their benefits and then they got to pay taxes on their benefits, so they're not getting the full benefit. It seems kind of odd you would tax it twice, but anyway, no tax on Social Security. But that applies only for about 88% of the people collecting Social Security. Because people who have incomes or savings over a certain amount, they don't qualify for that no tax on Social Security benefits. So if they're rich, they don't need it. They could still afford to pay the tax, so they still will. Yeah, I got 3 links for you. I'm going to share these with you guys. I'm going to put them in the chat window, even though there's more than this resources. I'm going to share them with you. You guys can read them on your own. But these are the stuff that I'm going to be posting on our Facebook page.
I've been hearing stories about Social Security running out of funds by like 2034.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And I've been reading books that it says the same thing, that by that year, it's by 2034-ish.
Yeah.
And also I've been hearing like how Social Security was initially was not meant for it to be like a retirement.
Yeah, it's not meant to be a retirement pension plan. It's supposed to be a subsidy, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, who we give it to and how much is given, you get some people, they get addicted to free stuff, Now, senior citizens and stuff, we're not expected to work their whole entire life, so it is a subsidy for them. But but some people, they just get on Social Security benefit because they're overweight, as an example. Then they say, well, I'm disabled because I'm overweight, and now they're collecting Social Security benefits early. Oh, and then they get their free housing, free food benefits from SNAP and all those other resources. This is all stuff meant for people who are not able-bodied, that are not able to work, or they're seniors, they're older, right? They can retire in dignity and still get these benefits. That's who it's meant for. But when we start giving it to illegal aliens, people who never paid a penny into the system, and you start giving it to able-bodied people who are just lazy, not people who have I'm not talking about the people who have disabilities or do work, but they're just low income. I'm talking about the people who don't even want to bother trying to look for a job. You can see plenty of videos on social media about this. These people are like, that orange-headed mother effer, he's taking away my benefits. Now I got to work for it. All you people are just jealous because I was collecting these benefits and I don't have to work for nothing, but you got to work for it. I'm just smarter than you. You're stupid that got to work. If you don't work, you can get all this free stuff. Housing, food, this, that. And people get addicted to the free stuff, That's like you could see people making up memes with this, like the mouse in the mousetrap with the free piece of cheese. It kind of shows you the free stuff. Is it really worth it, or they get you in a trap? They get you addicted to this stuff. All right. Anyway, let's continue on. So, how do we compare two mortgage loans? Well, here's a question for you. How much would you save on the interest over the life of a loan on a 25-year loan versus a 30-year loan? How much would you save in interest payments? Now, so far, I have taught you how to calculate interest on a monthly basis. Do you know how to calculate it on an over the life of a loan?
It's possible.
I know it's possible. I'm asking you if you guys can figure out how you would do it. You use some of the tools that I taught you so far, like how to calculate the monthly mortgage payment. Give you a huge hint right there. Where would you, because this is how an exam question would be worded. No pictures, no charts, just how much would you save on an interest over the life of a 25-year loan versus a 30-year loan amount of $300,000 with a 5% interest rate? Just walk me through the theory. Forget about the numbers. Walk me through the theory, how you would try to solve this.
So on the normal calculations, like we can, like just say 300,000, we can multiply by the 5%, that is come out whatever number, then that is the yearly interest. So we can multiply by.
That only, hold on a second, that only works for figuring out your first monthly mortgage payment.
Yeah.
Because remember, the next month's mortgage payment is calculated on a lesser amount after you pay down the principal. So I can understand the theory you're going at, the angle you're going at, but that's not the way you figure it out. That won't figure it out. The $300,000 number, we really need to know at a later point in the problem. But what I did teach you about is how to figure out your monthly mortgage payment. How do you do that? You need a factor chart, right?
Mm-hmm.
So one thing we need to do is we need to figure out what is the mortgage factor on a 25-year loan and on a 30-year loan at a 5% interest rate.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the only numbers we need to figure out the monthly factor, the factor for your monthly payment, right?
Mm-hmm.
So could you guys go to that page in the book that shows you the factor and tell me what the factor would be on a 25-year loan and what it would be on a 30-year loan?
25 is 5.85, and then the 30-year loan is 5.37.
I'm sorry, can you speak up a little bit? You're really, really quiet.
The
5.85 and 5.37.
Hold on a second. She was talking there. 25% was what? 25-year loan?
5.85.
5.85.
Yes.
And then the 30-year loan is 5.37.
Okay, so what is that number? What is the factor? What is the factor? The mortgage factor. What is it? It's a dollar amount. Your mortgage is a dollar amount that you would pay towards principal and interest per $1,000 borrowed.
Yeah, per $1,000.
So you figure out what your monthly mortgage payment would be for the two different loan types now. How many months are there in 30 years?
360.
So you take your monthly mortgage payment of principal and interest and times it by 360. How many months are there in a 25-year loan? 300.
300.
You know how you figure that out? 12 months in a year times 25 years. 12 times 25, 300.
Mm-hmm.
Take your monthly mortgage payment, times it by 300. And then once you've got that, that's the full amount that you would have paid off for those loans. Subtract the amount you originally borrowed, $300,000. And that'll give you how much went towards towards interest.
Mhm.
over the life of the loan for each loan. And now you subtract the interest on one loan versus the other. Here, let me give you the visualization on it. So, here we got the factor chart I already put here. So that factor chart, so we have that 25-year loan and a 30-year loan at a 5% interest rate. So we ran our fingers down to 5%, ran it across 5.85 for 25-year loan. And for a 30-year loan, 5% is 5.37. So as you can see, 25-year loan, 5.85 is the factor. 30-year loan is 5.37. We calculated the total number of payments over the life of a loan. 25 years times 12 months is 300 months. 30-year loan, 30 years times 12 months is 360 months. So now we take the loan amount per $1,000 borrowed is $300,000 times the factor will give you your monthly mortgage payment. And here's your monthly mortgage payment for the 30-year. Okay, so now you take your monthly mortgage payment and multiply it by the total number of months in 25 years, 300 in a 25-year loan. And so on a 25-year loan, if you were to pay off that loan after 25 years, you would have paid $526,500 in principal and interest payments. And on that 30-year loan, 1,611 monthly payment times 360 payments is $579,960 in principal and interest. So if we were to subtract the PI, if we were to subtract the P, the principal, the loan amount of $300,000 that you originally borrowed from the PI, you get the amount that you would have paid in interest for each loan. So for a $300,000 loan at 25 years on a 5% interest rate, you would pay $226,500 in interest. And on that 30-year loan, you would have paid $279,960 in interest. So about $50,000. Or to be exact, if we subtract the $226,500 from the $279,960 on the 30-year loan, the difference is $53,460. That's how we came up with that.
So if this question came on the exam, and if we don't have a factor, then we cannot.
They'll give you a factor chart. You'll have a factor chart.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Without factor chart, it's difficult to remember all the percentages.
You're not going to remember them. They're not going to ask you a question without giving you the factor chart. There's no way you could be expected to remember that.
I was about to say the same thing.
Yeah. They will give you the factor chart. If you go in person to take the exam, it'll be pinned on the wall, or like they frustrated the hell out of me, they actually taped it under the keyboard without even telling me. All right. But in person, when you take it remotely online, it should be on the computer, it should be on the screen to pop up. You could click on it and see the factor chart.
Okay.
But this is how you calculate it. Now, I'm probably going to redo this problem here because having a $300,000 loan amount, when we're talking about 30-year loan with 300 months, it starts to get a little wacky. And it probably changes to like a $400,000 loan amount. So the numbers are, sometimes people are getting confused when they're looking at the notes with the 300 here and the 300 there, but those 300s are, throwing people off a little bit. Okay, so if you want to snap picture it, snap picture, snap away. Because you will get a question like this on state exam, without a doubt. And it's probably going to be comparing a 25-year loan to a 30-year loan. Now, the numbers and the interest rate may be different, but they'll ask you a problem about comparing a 25-year loan to a 30-year loan. I know they will. Okay, everybody good? There's just a couple of other problems there you could figure out in your own little extra math problems. So once again, you guys remember this chart, this formula that I showed you, the T formula, right?
Yes.
Used to calculate a lot of things. Small number always goes on top, large number on one side, and the percentage or rate on the other side. it's used to figure out a lot of math problems. TGIF, top number on the T formula, goes in the calculator first, and you divide down and multiply across when you have two of the three numbers to figure out the missing one. So this could be used to figure out a lot of problems. So you can see the T formula here still on the left side, and on the right side showing you the different kinds of problems that you could use the T formula to solve. So let's use that. If you get a problem that says if the monthly interest payment at 5% is $1,250 a month, what is the principal amount of the loan? Well, to figure out a principal amount, we can't use a monthly figure. We're going to need the annual figure. So we're going to so we're going to take that monthly figure of $1,250 and times it by 12 months to get that $15,000 figure. That's what we did there.
Mm-hmm.
So that 15,000 is the smaller number. It goes on top of the T formula. And we already have the interest rate of 5% there in the question. So 15,000 divided by, top number goes in the calculator first. 15,000 divided by 5% equals, what is the loan amount?
$300,000.
There you go. Wasn't that difficult when you got the tools and you know how to use them, right? The key here, though, is that 1,250 number is going to throw you off unless you know that you can't use a monthly figure to calculate the base of the loan. You need the annual figure. Remember, interest is calculated on an annual basis. So if you're going to try to reverse engineer and figure out the loan amount, you're going to need the annual loan, the interest payment. So even though they gave you a monthly interest payment, you have to just times it by 12 and then fill in the things. Tricky a little bit on that one, right? But not too bad. You just got to realize the number that they're giving you. You guys are snapping a picture at it. Go ahead. So I can move on to the next slide.
Yep.
Once again, here's those T formula calculations. If you didn't get it, you may want to snap a picture of that. See all the different problems you could calculate. You see when they were talking about interest payment, that was number 2. Figure out the loan amount. You would need the interest rate or the annual amount of here, the interest payment. Okay, so we're past the math for now. Here's the Your Home Loan Toolkit, a step-by-step guide explaining how to shop for and compare loan costs, and warns consumers about the pitfalls and charges from lenders when shopping for a loan. Lenders required by the CFPB to provide toolkit. The CFPB, for those of you who do not know, is the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. This was a new agency that President Obama created. They took over a lot of the duties that HUD already had. Don't know why we needed to create a new agency for that. To try to justify their existence, they basically took a lot of the existing forms that HUD had. They merged some of them and gave them a new name. They just renamed some existing ones. And others, they reformatted where the information goes on the form. And on some of them, they did add information that is on the form. It was supposed to simplify filling these forms, but in actuality, it made it a little more difficult, a lot more difficult. But it provides the consumer with more information. So, but these forms are always there. We didn't need to create a whole new agency of government to change around a form a little bit, you know. Obviously, there was a lot of pushback on President Obama about why he created this new agency that had no oversight. It was not answerable to the president or to Congress. So wouldn't that essentially make it a fourth branch of government that operates independently, is answerable to nobody? So at the time, the soon-to-be president Donald Trump, he was criticizing these actions. You know, but he didn't run for president yet. He was criticizing. Trump was criticizing these actions. He said that this is not right. You're creating a new branch of government. Being a president doesn't give you the authority to create a new branch of government. This is how our entire national government organization works. You have three separate but equal branches of government. We have the judiciary, we have the legislative, and we have the executive branch, which is the president. All right. So he created this CFPB to not replace, but to take over some of the duties that HUD had. And they were answerable to nobody. Eventually, the Supreme Court got this case, and they agreed that the president did not have the authority to create another branch of government like this. So what he did is they changed it so that the CFPB is answerable to both the president and to Congress. But the CFPB is still around. And so I already told you what they did. They took over a lot of the duties and forms and the rulemaking. So what the CFPB does is the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, they create a lot of rules for lenders that they need to follow. And if lenders violate the rules, they also they make up the fines that the lenders would need to pay. Oh, and who gets that money? Oh, the CFPB. So, what's in their best interest? To continue growing. Keep making more rules and raising the fines, and then collecting them that you get to keep. Imagine they're not answerable to the president or Congress, and they got that kind of power. Yeah, that's insane. By the way, they still got that kind of power, but now they're answerable to Congress and the president. So they created a form. Actually, they took this this booklet that was already out there, and they kind of redid it, and they renamed it the Your Home Loan Toolkit. It helps the consumer shop and compare loans. Now, it's required to be given to the consumer within 3 business days of their completed loan application. There's an acronym at the end of that line, aliens. When is a loan application considered complete? When the aliens have landed, when the aliens are present. I'm not kidding. That's what does that mean? Well, aliens is an acronym that stands for address of the property being purchased. When all this information has been provided to the lender, the loan application is considered complete. When they provided the address of the property being purchased, the loan amount requested, the income of all the borrowers, the estimated value of the property, the names of all the borrowers, and their social security numbers. Look at that, spells aliens, A-L-I-E-N-S, aliens. When the aliens are present, your loan application is considered complete now. And now they need to give you that booklet. They need to put it in the mail within 3 business days of your completed loan application and send it to the consumer. However, you figure an agency that's so strict with these rules and fines and stuff, they would require somebody to explain it to the consumer. Nope, you just got to mail it to them. Nobody's actually required to explain it to them. However, we as real estate licensees should go over the information that's in this booklet. I I suggest that you learn what's in it and then just give your own explanations, because I've always gone over the stuff that's in this booklet. I've explained it to the consumer all the time, and I've never even looked at the booklet. And then I looked in the booklet and I'm like, oh, I already explained all this stuff with my clients. So there you go. Educate your clients. Let them learn how to shop and compare for loans. So this is an opportunity for you as the buyer's agent to educate your client and be an even better agent. So here I have a link to the CFPB website for the mortgage loan shopping toolkit. That's called the Your Home Loan Toolkit. And then I also have a guide here that I found from the Real Estate Commission's website somewhere. It's a little bit older. It needs some updating. Overall, it is an excellent guide for home buyers. As a matter of fact, you guys should read through it before you start working with clients to better understand the entire home buying and shopping process. It's not just about the loans, this guide. And then we have a home buyer's guide from the New Jersey Housing Mortgage Finance Agency that they put together as well. So let me share with you these guides. In the chat window. Boop, boop. And of course, all these links are in the Class Links Word document. So if we go to the CFPB's toolkit, it's not that great formatted, and it's only about shopping for loans. Yeah, I tell people, hey, listen, go shop for loans, go to a couple different lenders, see who gives you the best deals. And keep in mind that, you know, the laws are in place to protect the consumer, that they can't make lofty promises to you, because whatever they promise to you, it cannot be off by over certain tolerances of what the actual amounts that you'll need to pay at the closing table. There are certain limits that they need to stay within. Otherwise, the lender needs to eat that difference. Now, the Rec Home Buyer's Guide, I think, is a great guide. Yeah, I'll show it to you on screen here. Like we're going to be talking about some of this stuff like debt to income ratio, stuff like this. I actually took screenshots from this guide and I put it on this slideshow for us, learning about the mortgages. But look, the step-by-step home buying guide goes for everything about why buy a home, why not, assess your personal financial information, review your credit history, how to shop for a mortgage loan, how to choose a real estate professional, finding your dream home. You guys could even make your own version of this guide and update it yourself. You already got good bones right here, and just personalize it as if you, as a real estate agent professional, you made this guide for the consumer, right? Rebrand this guide. Okay, talks about insuring the home, sealing the deal, getting the loans, and you know, it talks about a lot of things. You know, why invest in real estate? You know, a lot of these things we've gone over. If you start looking through this guide, a lot of these topics we've gone over so far. We'll go over in teaching this class, preparing you for the exam. Private mortgage insurance, interest rates. We just went over what interest rates and ARMs, conventional mortgages, all that are. You know, what a rate lock is. You know, your lender will give you the option to lock in a rate for a specific period of time, often 60 days. A rate lock fixes in the rate against a rise in rates, but rates may also fall in time before your closing date. When filing your mortgage application, make sure you review your loan terms. Okay. So they give a lot of that information. Getting your your free copy of your credit report from annualcreditreport.com. You guys aware of that website? It doesn't give you your credit score. It just gives you a free copy of your credit report from all 3 credit reporting agencies. It's also not a bad idea for you to sign up for something called Credit Karma. Download the app. It's free. It gives you your free credit report and updates on it and changes. It gives you from 2 of these credit reporting agencies, TransUnion and I'm not sure if it's Experian or Equifax.
TransUnion Experian. Oh yeah, TransUnion Experian. Equity.
Yep. So let me see. I'm going into mine right now, opening up my Credit Karma. Uh-oh. Something went wrong. Please log in with your email and password. Oh, I don't even remember what it was. Oh, there it is. Oh, no, that's incorrect. All right. I forget what my password is. I gotta figure it out. Log in later. I was gonna show you guys my credit score. My credit score is usually excellent. I keep it in the 800s. But I used to have a poor credit score one time, and once you know the secrets, you can build it up real easy. So, what is a FICO score? Didn't we mention that before? It's the Fair Isaacs and Company, or yeah, I said corporation before, Fair Isaacs and Company, okay, which created the system for the credit reporting, okay? So scores range from 300 to over 800, yeah, 850. Shopping for a mortgage loan, getting qualified for a mortgage, getting pre-approved, what a pre-approval is versus a pre-qualification letter, what pity is. Yeah, this is actually a great thing because this shows you how to shop for loans in addition to the whole home buying process. So I sent you guys that link. And then there's also that buyer's guide from the NJHMFA, which looks like this. And you click on it. Oh, it's not that interactive one anymore. It doesn't work. Okay. So basically, they got their home buyers shopping guide. And it goes over a lot of the same stuff. Cost of home ownership, home counseling, before you make an offer, obtaining a mortgage, ... There's also calculators on here somewhere that you could use that are interactive. Okay. Anyway, that's the stuff I just sent you. So, when is a loan application considered complete? When is a loan application considered complete?
When closing is complete.
When the consumer provides certain information to the lender, aliens, all the information of aliens. And then they need to give your home loan toolkit. When does the home loan toolkit need to be given to the consumer?
Within 3 business days?
Within 3 business days of their completed loan application. You guys need to know that for exam. That's going to be exam question, guaranteed. You know, don't shoot the messenger. I'm sure I got to teach you what the original loan documents were and the time frames that they need to be given under HUD when HUD ran it. And now what the renamed documents are that the CFPB renamed and the timelines that they need to be given. So you guys are going to need to know what the old document was called and what the new document is called that replaced it, what that document does, and what's the timeline that needs to be given to the consumer. Okay, so don't shoot the messenger. I know people hate this section, but hey, this and the next chapter are all going to be about that. So the Your Home Loan Toolkit explains loan affordability, how credit scores affect available mortgage money, you know, how to choose the best loan, understanding trade-off between points and interest rates. Don't ever buy a lower interest rate. Value of shopping for several lenders, how to avoid pitfalls. We're going to learn about a document called the Loan Estimate, which can be found on page 294 and 299. We're going to learn about the closing disclosure, which can be found on page 299, 389, and 394. So we're going to go over these, and we're going to go over which documents the loan estimate and the CD replaced. So let's start off by doing the highlights here about the Your Home Loan Toolkit on page 275. And let me know once you have it. Got it?
Got it.
All right, so let's learn about conventional, insured, and guaranteed loans. A conventional loan is one that is originated by what we call portfolio lenders. Or sometimes people call them portfolio loans originated by conventional lenders. You know, whatever. You know, conventional loans, they're originated by portfolio lenders. Sometimes they're referred to as portfolio loans because these are loans that are written by lenders who don't plan on reselling the loan and to investors. They plan on keeping them within their own investment portfolios. Remember I told you about how banking works? How basically your local bank will write a loan we call that loan origination for you to buy real estate. And then a couple months later, you find out that they sold the loan and someone else owns it now, a different bank, a different investor that bought the loan from them. So portfolio lenders lend their own money. They don't plan on reselling the loan. They keep them in their own investment portfolio. That's why they're called portfolio lenders. These loans are directly between the lender and the borrower with no third-party involvement or influence from any outside sources who may set guidelines for the types of loans they're willing to buy. That's why when you go to a bank or a lender, there are certain lending guidelines they need to follow. Where do they come up with these arbitrary lending rules, these lending guidelines? Well, because most lenders write loans with the intent of reselling those loans and getting all their money back quick, they find out what those investors' guidelines are for the types of loans they're willing to buy. So then they change their loan origination guidelines to match those of the types of loans the investors are willing to buy. So that's where they get it from. So do those investors have influence over the lending practices of your local banks? Yes, they do. Because your local banks are planning on selling them those loans. The banks don't want to keep them on their books. They want to just keep writing new loans. That's their business. Just loan origination. They make money like that. Let's originate a loan to buy real estate, then we'll sell off that loan, get all the money back and some of the interest up front, and maybe even get paid a servicing fee. So that's how your local bank makes money. So sure, they're going to change their lending guidelines to match those of those investors. Portfolio lenders do not do that because they don't plan on reselling the loan. They have their own investment, their own lending criteria. And then they lend the money, they keep it in their own investment portfolio, because I just showed you, you could make a lot of money in lending, right? Didn't I show you that on a loan when we were comparing the two loans, how much you could make in interest at a 5% interest rate at a $300,000 loan for 30 years? It's like 100% payback, right? It's like 100% profit. So government loans include those from the FHA, that's the Federal Housing Administration. They insure loans. They actually do not lend money. And the VA, the Department of Veteran Affairs, they guarantee 25% of the loan amount made to the veteran. They don't lend money either. They used to. And more really is, but now that we could get loans online through lenders, they really have no need for that. So the VA really doesn't lend money anymore. They just guarantee 25% of the loan to the lending institution. If the veteran meets the lending criteria, They say, hey, local bank, lend them your money, and in the event they default, we'll pay you back 25% of it. We're guaranteeing 25% of the payment. So it's as if the veteran is putting 25% down. And so neither the FHA or the VA lends money. The FHA insures the loan, the entire loan, minus minus an amount that the borrower needs to put down as a down payment, of course. So both FHA and VA loans require purchase contracts contain a special amendatory clause that states if the property appraises below the purchase price, the buyer can get out of the contract without penalty. We learned about that in Chapter 11. The NJHMFA, that's short for the New Jersey Mortgage, Housing, and Finance Agency, they don't lend money directly either. The loan comes from approved local lending institutions that agree to fund the various loan programs that they make up. And then the NJHMFA insures those loans. They're government-insured loans. You could get loans directly from the federal government through the REC-D. That's the Rural Economic Community Development, formerly called the Farmers Home Administration. Either way, those loans are funded by the USDA, the United States Department of Agriculture. They give loans to people who live in rural areas and onto Indian reservations as well. So, what is rural? These are those sparsely populated areas like farms or neighbors where your neighbors are far away. People don't live so close, that's a rural area. Urban is densely populated area, and suburban a little bit less densely populated, somewhere in the middle. So let's do these highlights of the notes that I just explained to you. Don't forget to make that note down there at the bottom about the maximum seller concession allowed. Just let me know when you guys got the notes.
And I'm good to go.
Okay, everybody good? Anybody still taking the notes?
I'm good.
All right. So, lending works in a nutshell. Most lenders don't lend their own money. Those that do are called portfolio lenders, and their loans are called conventional or portfolio loans. So, who do consumers get loans from? Well, they get them from banks and credit unions and investors like insurance companies and investment funds. Anybody know what a credit union is, by the way? kind of just glanced over that, but does anybody know what a credit union is?
A credit union, they have less branches. Well, I have Navy Federal Credit Union. They're mostly like they give out better loans at a small rate.
Or what is it? What is a credit union? There's all kinds of credit unions. I know your Navy Federal. My brother-in-law got that, and my sister.
I think the group of people is creating a union. That's the
It's a non-profit bank.
Non-profit bank, yeah.
You know, so that's why you get some of the deals and things like that, and they work together with others. So banks, credit unions, and investors, okay? Like some of the investors would be insurance companies. You know, they make all that money collecting insurance off of our policies. They don't just sit on piles of cash. They invest it, like in buying mortgages that are originated by your local banks. Because as you could see, they could make a lot of money just sitting on it, collecting interest payments, right? So the bank, those insurance companies, that's how they get rich. They take that insurance money that's paid out, and between the times that they have to pay out insurance claims, they're investing it in buying mortgages and collecting interest on financing people's loans. So banks lend their depositors money according to some third-party investors' criteria. We call these the lending guidelines for loans that they're willing to purchase. Then they sell the loan later to get their depositors' money back, plus some of the interest paid up front as profit. Now, technically, that's not 100% true, but just for us to better understand, let's go with that conventional thinking that most people think that that's how lending works. Sometimes these investors will also pay a bank a servicing fee to continue collecting the monthly mortgage payment and billing and rendering accounting to the consumer and the lender. All right, so the primary mortgage market is where loans are originated to consumers for the purchase of real estate. The secondary mortgage market, or secondary market, is where loans that were originated in the primary market to buy real estate are then resold to investors. Some of those investors are insurance companies or investment funds. You guys follow with me? You understand that? Questions? You don't? Hello?
Yeah. Can you please explain one more time? Actually, it's confusing a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. Where do you get a loan from? You go to your local bank, right? Or your credit union, or maybe to an investment group. Now, the banks these lenders lend their depositors money, right? That's the conventional thinking, although it's not technically true. But it's easier for the layperson to understand that banks lend their depositors money, and they lend their depositors money according to some third-party investors' criteria. That's what make up the lending guidelines if you qualify for a loan to get the loan or not. Follow me so far?
Mm-hmm.
Now, those loans are then sold to these investors to get their depositors' money back, plus some interest paid in advance. And then the banks will also possibly get paid a servicing fee to continue doing the collection of the monthly mortgage payments and rendering accounting to the investor that bought the loan. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, the primary market, or the primary mortgage market, that is where the loans are originated to consumers to buy real estate. We call that primary mortgage market. And then those lenders will usually resell the loans to some investors. Those investors could be another bank or insurance companies or investment funds or something.
Mm-hmm.
when they sell the loans that were originated to the consumer to those investors, that is what they call the secondary market or the secondary mortgage market. So it's quite simple. The primary market is where loans are originated to the consumer to buy real estate, and then they're sold to investors in what's called the secondary market. Okay?
Yep.
So this video, Money as Debt, I think every high school student should watch this. This should be required to watch this. This is some economist. I think the guy's from Canada. He created this video. It looks like a cartoon. I showed you a bit of it pertaining to usury. Remember that? What is usury? Charging an illegally high rate of interest to prevent loan sharking. There's usury laws in place to prevent that. So there's a couple versions of this video. I got them all here. But this one, Money as Debt, Promises Unleashed, I think is the best one. It's the original. But some real, economists, other economists out there were critiquing his oversimplification of some of the things. So he's like, all right, wise asses, all right, I'll redo the video to correct it so it's technically correct, And so then they came out with Money as Debt, Promises Unleashed 2. But in that version, I think that he lost something in some of the explanations a little bit. So I like the first one better. And so I'm going to show you some of that video. All right, I'm going to show you about 15 minutes of that video. As a matter of fact, let me create a separate slide just for that video. Let me see. Don't worry, I can do that in a couple seconds. It doesn't take long. Just make a mark of what slide I'm on now. Let's duplicate this slide. Delete all this crap. And then let me take that and I'll add this video. This full documentary is about 46 minutes long. I'm not going to show you the whole thing right here, but we're gonna watch about 15 minutes of it. So I am just in the process now of inserting that video here so it can stream right from this slide from YouTube. There we go. Instead of having to go to the other websites for that, we could just watch it right from within this slide. Perfecto. All right. So here we go. I built it right into the slideshow now. We'll watch this video right from here. It is quite the entertaining video. So it's optimized for streaming. The video is going through. Let me minimize my video here, shut my stuff off for streaming so it's easier to get skip free. So let's see how this works. Shows you how banking and lending works. You see that statement right there? Permit me to issue and control the money of a nation, and I care not who makes its laws.
Mm-hmm.
That's coming from Mayor Anselm Rothschild. You ever hear of the Rothschilds? That's one of those uber rich families. I think they have them there in the Men Who Made America as well, bankers.
Two great mysteries dominate our lives, love and money. What is love is a question that has been endlessly explored in stories, songs, books, movies, and television. But the same cannot be said about the question, what is money? It's not surprising that monetary theory hasn't inspired any blockbuster movies, but it was not even mentioned at the schools most of us attended. For most of us, the question, where does money come from, brings to mind a picture of the mint printing bills and stamping coins. Money, most of us believe, is created by the government. It's true, but only to a point. Those metal and paper symbols of value we usually think of as money are indeed produced by an agency of the federal government called the Mint. But the vast majority of money is not created by the Mint. It is created in huge amounts every day by private corporations known as banks. Most of us believe that banks lend out money that has been entrusted to them by depositors. Easy to picture, but not the truth. In fact, banks create the money they loan, not from the bank's own earnings, not from the money deposited, but directly from the borrower's promise to repay. The borrower's signature on the loan papers is an obligation to pay the bank the amount of the loan plus interest, or lose the house, the car, whatever asset was pledged as collateral. That's a big commitment from the borrower. What does the same signature require of the bank? The bank gets to conjure into existence the amount of the loan and just write it into the borrower's account. Sound far-fetched? Surely that can't be true. But it is. To demonstrate how this miracle of modern banking came about, consider this simple story, the goldsmith's tale. Once upon various times, pretty much anything was used as money. It just had to be portable, and enough people had to have faith that it could later be exchanged for things of real value, like food, clothing, and shelter. Shells, cocoa beans, pretty stones, even feathers have been used as money. Gold and silver were attractive, soft, and easy to work with, so some cultures became expert with these metals. Goldsmiths made trade much easier by casting coins, standardized units of these metals whose weight and purity was certified. Well, to protect his gold, the goldsmith needed a vault, and soon his fellow townsmen were knocking on his door, wanting to rent space to safeguard their own coins and valuables. Before long, the goldsmith was renting every shelf in the vault and earning a small income from his vault rental business. Years went by, and the goldsmith made an astute observation. Depositors rarely came in to remove their actual physical gold, and they never all came in at once. That was because the claim checks the goldsmith had written as receipts for the gold were being traded in the marketplace as if they were the gold itself. This paper money was far more convenient than heavy coins, and amounts could simply be written instead of laboriously counted one by one for each transaction. Meanwhile, the goldsmith had another business. He lent out his gold, charging interest. Well, as convenient claim check money came into acceptance, borrowers began asking for their loans in the form of these claim checks instead of the actual metal. As industry expanded, more and more people asked the goldsmith for loans. This gave the goldsmith an even better idea. He knew that very few of his depositors ever removed their actual gold, so the goldsmith figured he could easily get away with lending out claim checks against his depositors' gold, in addition to his own. As long as the loans were repaid, his depositors would be none the wiser and no worse off, and the goldsmith, now more banker than artisan, would make a far greater profit than he could by lending only his own gold. For years, the goldsmith secretly enjoyed a good income from the interest earned on everybody else's deposits. Now a prominent lender, he grew steadily richer than his fellow townsmen, and he flaunted it. Suspicions grew that he was spending his depositors' money. His depositors got together and threatened withdrawal of their gold if the goldsmith didn't come clean about his newfound wealth. Contrary to what one might expect, this did not turn out to be a disaster for the goldsmith. Despite the duplicity inherent in his scheme, his idea did work. The depositors had not lost anything. Their gold was all safe in the goldsmith's vault. Well, rather than taking back their gold, the depositors demanded that the goldsmith, now their banker, cut them in by paying them a share of the interest. And that was the beginning of banking. The banker paid a low interest rate on deposits of other people's money that he then loaned out at a higher interest. The difference covered the bank's cost of operation and its profit. The logic of this system was simple, and it seemed like a reasonable way to satisfy the demand for credit. However, this is not the way banking works today. Our goldsmith banker was not content with the income remaining after sharing the interest earnings with his depositors, and the demand for credit was growing fast as Europeans spread out across the world. But his loans were limited by the amount of gold his depositors had in his vault. That's when he got an even bolder idea. Since no one but himself knew what was actually in his vaults, he could lend out claim checks on gold that wasn't even there. As long as all the claim check holders didn't come to the vault at the same time and demand real gold, how would anyone find out? This new scheme worked very well, and the banker became enormously wealthy on the interest paid on gold that did not exist. The idea that the banker would just create money out of nothing was too outrageous to believe, so for a long time the thought did not occur to people. But the power to just invent money went to the banker's head, as you can well imagine. In time, the magnitude of the banker's loans and his ostentatious wealth did trigger suspicions once again. Some borrowers started to demand real gold instead of paper representations. Rumors spread. Suddenly, several wealthy depositors showed up to remove their gold. The game was up. A sea of claim check holders flooded the street outside the closed doors of the bank. Alas, the banker did not have enough gold and silver to redeem all the paper he had put into their hands. This is called a run on the bank, and it is what every banker dreads. This phenomenon of a run on the bank ruined individual banks and, not surprisingly, damaged public confidence in all bankers. It would have been straightforward to outlaw the practice of creating money from nothing. But the large volumes of credit the bankers were offering had become essential to the success of European commercial expansion, so instead the practice was legalized and regulated. Bankers agreed to abide by limits on the amount of fictional loan money that could be lent out. The limit would still be a number much.
So isn't that kind of insane? I was telling you guys before that as an example that in loan origination, the bankers lend their depositors money. But I told you it's not really technically true because they're not just lending the depositors money. Some of the money they're just making up. They make out of thin air, and that's what they're talking about here in this example. How are you guys finding this documentary so far? Pretty simple explanation to understand it, right?
Do you have the link of the YouTube?
Yeah, I got it. I could share the link with you. But we're going to watch it for a couple more minutes yet. We're definitely not going to watch the whole thing because it's too long. But we're going to watch a few more minutes of it up until we get to a certain point, showing how banking works and I'll stop it at that point, but we'll just watch it a few more minutes. But I just want to make sure you guys are here following along and, making the connection of what I said before about how lending works. And then I was like, oh, technically that's not true, but it's easier to understand. Like the comments at the beginning of this video where we saw the bankers that were making these comments that the creation of money is made from debt, and the concept is so simple that the mind repels it. You can't even understand how that could be possible. Well, there you go, because government's allowing.
Much larger than the actual value of gold and silver in the vault. Quite often the ratio was 9 fictional dollars to 1 actual dollar in gold. These regulations were enforced by surprise inspections. It was also arranged that, in the event of a run, central banks would support local banks with emergency infusions of gold. Only if there were runs on a lot of banks simultaneously would the banker's credit bubble burst and the system come crashing down.
Remember I told you about the run on the banks and how this works? But in the United States, the central bank is actually called the Federal Reserve. It's the Fed. Even though they have nothing to do with the federal government, they're their own agency. They're only regulated by the federal government.
Over the years, the fractional reserve system and its integrated network of banks backed by a central bank has become the dominant money system of the world. At the same time, the fraction of gold backing the debt money has steadily shrunk to nothing. The basic nature of money has changed. In the past, a paper dollar was actually a receipt that could be redeemed for a fixed weight of gold or silver.
You guys remember that? Anybody remember that? Or have any of these bills? On the dollar bill, the amount is, it says in silver payable to the bearer or in gold payable to the bearer.
I have never seen that.
You've never seen it? Wow.
Or at least not paid attention to it.
Yeah, if you pay attention, if you ever see them, put them to the side. Don't spend those ones. But those ones are redeemable in silver or gold, like they're explaining right now.
In the present, a paper or digital dollar can only be redeemed for another paper or digital dollar. In the past, privately created bank credit existed only in the form of private banknotes, which people had the choice to refuse, just as we have the choice to refuse someone's private check today. In the present, privately created bank credit is legally convertible to government-issued fiat currency, the dollars, loonies, and pounds we habitually think of as money. Fiat currency is money created by government fiat or decree, and legal tender laws declare that citizens must accept this fiat money as payment for debt, or else the courts will not enforce the obligation. So now the question is, if governments and banks can both just create money, then how much money exists? In the past, the total amount of money in existence was limited to the actual physical quantities of whatever commodity was in use as money. For example, in order for new gold or silver money to be created, more gold or silver had to be found and dug out of the ground. In the present, money is literally created as debt. New money is created whenever anyone takes a loan from the bank. As a result, the total amount of money that can be created has only one real limit: the total level of debt. Governments place an additional statutory limit on the creation of new money by enforcing rules known as fractional reserve requirements. Essentially arbitrary, fractional reserve requirements vary from country to country and from time to time. In the past, it was common to require banks to have at least $1 worth of real gold in the vault to back $10 worth of debt money created. Today, reserve requirement ratios no longer apply to the ratio of new money to gold on deposit, but merely to the ratio of new debt money to existing debt money on deposit in the bank. Today, a bank's reserves consists of three things: the amount of government-issued cash that the bank has in its vault, the amount of credit it has with the central bank, and the amount of already existing debt money the bank has on deposit. To illustrate this in a simple way, let's imagine that a new bank has just started up and has no depositors yet. Investors have paid for the bank's infrastructure and have supplied it with sufficient cash to meet the demand for cash withdrawals. Typically, cash in the vault will amount to no more than $1 for every $20 or $30 that could be demanded from the bank. The bank has joined the central bank system, which permits the new bank to borrow cash from the central bank if it's needed. The doors open and the new bank welcomes its first loan customer. The customer needs $10,000 to buy a car. On approval, the bank creates an account for the borrower and types in that the bank owes the borrower $10,000. This $10,000 is not taken from anywhere. It's created on the spot. The borrower does not take this money out in cash. Instead, he writes a check on his account to buy the car. The seller then deposits this newly created $10,000 check at her bank. At a ratio of 9-to-1, this new $10,000 deposit allows the seller's bank to create a new loan of $9,000. And if that $9,000 is then deposited by a third party, it becomes the legal basis for a third issue of bank credit, this time for the amount of $8,100. Like one of those Russian dolls, each layer of which contains a smaller doll inside, each new deposit contains the potential for a slightly smaller loan in a decreasing series. Now, at any stage, if the money created is taken out in cash and not deposited at a bank, the process stops. That's the unpredictable part of the money creation mechanism. But more likely, at every step, the new bank credit money will be deposited at a bank, and the reserve ratio process can repeat itself over and over until almost $100,000 of brand new bank credit money has been created within the banking system. All of this new money has been created entirely from debt, and all transactions have been carried out with bank credit. None of the banks involved have needed to use any of the cash in their vaults. What's more, under this ingenious system, the books of each bank in the chain must show that the bank has 10% more on deposit than it has out on loan. This gives banks a very real incentive to seek deposits in order to be able to make loans, supporting the general but misleading impression that loans come out of deposits. Now, it can't be said that any one bank got to multiply the initial $10,000 of bank credit into $100,000 of bank credit. However, the banking system is a closed loop. Bank credit created at one bank becomes a deposit in another, and so on and so on. In a theoretical world of perfectly equal exchanges, the banks would owe each other nothing at the end of the day, and the $10,000 created out of thin air as a loan by the first bank could indeed become almost $100,000 of new loan money in the banking system. If that sounds ridiculous, try this. Actual reserve ratios can be much higher than 9-to-1. For some types of accounts, 20-to-1 and 33-to-1 ratios are common. There are also many exceptions where no reserve requirements apply at all.
So that's where we're going to watch it up to this point right here. But what do you guys think? Good video? You like it?
Definitely. And then also the environment, cryptocurrency, all those things are only the virtual money.
Money is an illusion.
I guess it's definitely a conversation starter, huh? But it gives you a better understanding how money gets its value and how lending works. Money as debt, You know, that's why you look at some of those books from like Robert Kiyosaki, where he talks about money as debt. You know, some of these rich people, you know, where they try to educate us about how to be rich. You know, you got Trump, you got Robert Kiyosaki, you got that Robert, what the heck is his name? That motivational speaker, I forget what his name was, the real tall guy. Anyway, Tom Robbins.
Yeah, and like he also emphasizes a lot on like good debt versus bad debt.
Not good debt versus bad debt.
Good debt versus bad debt, yeah.
And this is, you know, if you watch this video, if you watch that stuff, you'll like watching the rest of this video too. Now, I got a version of this video I was working on. I haven't went through with continuing it, but there was a version of this that I was working on where I was taking actual videos in the past from presidents and former Federal Reserve heads, where they made comments in the past. Like, FDR made a comment about how after he signed, and he was convinced to, and he signed the law to change us, to get us off of the gold standard, where each of those bills, they said redeemable as silver or gold. You know, they took us off the gold standard and they put us on this reserve system where they can make money out of nothing. These were the bankers. These were those politicians that convinced him to go off of that standard. And he knew it was going to be a bad decision, because now the money is backed by nothing but the people's confidence, right? You guys ever see in countries, you know, you get like Uganda, where somebody's got a wheelbarrow full of money, and in the meantime, that's probably enough to get them a stick of bubble gum. You know, it's because people don't have confidence in the value of the money, that the paper that it's printed on. You know, the guy who created this video has also created a video about digital currencies too. And you could probably see him on his website or on his YouTube page. If you go to the Career Path Academy's YouTube page, you could just look at who I like there and who I follow. And his name is Paul Grignon. Paul Grignon or Gringian, something of that nature, who created these videos. Very, very educational, I think. All right. Anyway, I figured it'd be good for you guys to have a basic understanding of these things, where money gets its value from, how it worked in the past, and how it works today. All right, so conventional, you know what? Let me make a little additional note on that last one, that last slide. All right. Okay. So conventional loans. These are loans directly between the borrower and the lender with no third-party involvement or influence. So basically, they have more flexibility in the money that they lend. You get these loans from portfolio lenders. These are lenders that lend their own money with no intent to resell the loan on the secondary market. They keep the loans in their own investment portfolio until those loans are repaid. So they like to collect the interest, because there's a lot of money to be made on that interest, right? Don't confuse a conventional loan with a conforming loan. Both of those begin with a C, and it's easy for you guys to get lost in conventional and conforming. But a conforming loan, it tells you conforming means that it's applying to some sort of a standard. So conforming loans must meet a third party's lending guidelines. One of the largest purchasers of loans, one of the largest investors, the largest purchaser of loans on the secondary market is Fannie Mae. You ever hear of them? Fannie Mae is it's estimated that they own 1 out of every 10 loans in existence. That's a lot of loans for one company. So the lender has the final say in who they lend to, because they're lending their own money, so they're more flexible. That doesn't mean that they make risky loans, though. The maximum seller concession allowed on a conventional loan is 3% of the loan amount. What's a concession? It's money they concede. They give up back to the buyer towards repairs or closing costs. Conventional loans typically require larger down payments. 20% is the norm. However, I have seen some offered as low as 3%. But anytime that they lend more than 80% of the conventional banking theory says, anytime that they lend more than 80% of the value of the property, they're risking their depositors' money. So the lender requires the borrower to carry private mortgage insurance anytime they're putting down less than 20% of their own money. So if the LTV is higher than 80%, meaning the borrower puts down less than 20% of their own money, the borrower would be required to pay private mortgage insurance. Now, that's that thing that I was talking about before. That's one of the types of insurance that Trump's big, beautiful bill now says that it can be tax deductible on your taxes, that insurance. Okay, here's a list of a couple of local portfolio lenders. Sorry, Google's eavesdropping on me. I have to close the screen there. So, Amway Savings Bank, PPAC Gladstone, Provident Bank, Unity, Columbia, Santander, although they usually are not going to lend their own money unless it's a large project. Now, a way you could find out if a lender is a portfolio lender is if you ever drive by any of these construction projects and they got banners outside and they say that this project is funded by that lender, they're probably a portfolio lender. Because there's no standard guidelines that they could follow for that type of construction project. It needs to be analyzed on an individual basis. All right, now let's talk about private mortgage insurance, PMI. So anytime a lender loans more than 80% of the value of the property, the borrower needs to pay for private mortgage insurance to insure that amount less than 20% down payment they made. That's all that it insures. So, for example, if the borrower puts down 5% when buying a property, they got to carry private mortgage insurance to insure the remaining 15%. So when equity reaches 20%, PMI can be dropped at the borrower's requests. However, the lender is required by law to drop private mortgage insurance when equity is greater than 22%. Why is the lender allowed to charge you for insurance up until 22%? Well, let me ask you a question. What does PMI insurance insure when equity is 22%? What does PMI insurance cover? What does it insure when you have 22% equity on the property? The answer is nothing. You're paying for insurance for nothing. The private mortgage insurance only insures the amount of down payment that you made less than 20%. And until you reach 20% equity, Now, once you've got 20% equity, that insurance doesn't cover anything. So you could drop it at the borrower's request. But the law requires that lenders drop it when equity reaches 22%, because they give a little leeway for market fluctuations in value. So it's not life insurance, and it does not insure the entire loan amount like MIP insurance would for an FHA loan. Yes, I know, it's the same letters, just backwards. PMI insurance is insurance for loans where the borrower did not put down at least 20%. And that insurance just insures the amount less than 20% the borrower put down. Everybody understand that?
Yep.
MIP insurance is an insurance that you carry for an FHA loan, which insures the entire loan amount. Okay, equity, once again, is the difference between the current value of the property and the amount that's owed on it. All right, let's highlight some, let's do some highlights here about PMI insurance and when it's required to be dropped and what equity is and how they do the valuations. They could do it through a BPO, a broker's price opinion, which is done by real estate agents, or a CMA. Most cases, they're not going to pay for an expensive appraisal to find out if they could drop charging you for private mortgage insurance. So the lender will probably pay us as real estate agents a lot less than they would have paid an appraiser to do a valuation for them, maybe to determine if they're going to drop the private mortgage insurance on a property by getting our estimate of value through a BPO.
Done.
All righty. Everybody good?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. The FHA is the Federal Housing Administration. They never really had their own website. They always had the website through HUD to get the FHA's information. But they came up with an FHA.gov website. It was more geared towards the consumer. But I don't think that really does much anymore. There's no FHA.com. That's not a government website. FHA.gov would be. But let me see if there's anything of value in there. I don't think there is, really. I guess it is a resource, though. No. Now it just points you directly to HUD again. So I guess they got rid of it. It was a waste of time and money. So they still have some. This is the HUD website, and it points to different resources for various things now. FHA reports, multifamily. Okay, so it's got. All right, so no more FHA's individual website. It's HUD's website about the FHA programs and such. Okay, that's good. So let's learn, take a snapshot of this because this is pretty much everything you need to know about the FHA loan program. Whereas after we go through this slide and all the information, the next couple of pages of highlights and notes will be covering everything that's on this slide. So I got it all for you in one place. conveniently placed in one location. All right, so the FHA insures loans but doesn't lend money. It insures the lender for the entire loan against loss. Loans are for purchasing or refinancing owner-occupied 1 to 4 family homes, not for investors. The FHA 203B program, this is the FHA's most popular. It's usually a 30-year fixed rate a loan that requires a low down payment of only 3.5% down. Now, the FHA does have other loan programs, such as adjustable rate mortgages and hybrid mortgages. They've got their version of a construction loan, which we'll learn about down here at the bottom of the slide, their 203K loan program, 203K for construction. Yeah, I know you only spell it like that if you're a commie. But 203K, K for construction. So the FHA 203B loan is the most popular type of loan program they have. It's popular because it requires a low down payment of only 3.5% down. So it's a 96.5% LTV. They will loan you 96.5% of the appraised value of the property. They do, however, have a minimum repair requirement that the home be in a livable condition, not requiring a lot of repairs. A lot of times people try to buy homes that are fixer-uppers with the 203B and they can't get it because if the steps are cracked and the railing's loose, if the paint is peeling, things of that nature, you're not going to get an FHA 203B loan. Because they want it to be in livable condition, moving condition. The whole reason people get FHA loans is why? Why would you get an FHA loan instead of a conventional loan?
Because FHA, the intent is for you to live in that property. I could be wrong.
How much down payment is required for an FHA loan versus a conventional? Conventional, typically 20% down requirement. FHA, 3.5%. So why do most people get FHA loans? Now that you know this?
It's cheaper.
Cheaper, less money requirement to get into it. So the FHA figures that they're looking out for the borrower when they're trying to buy a home that's fixer-upper because it's not in livable condition. They figure that you're getting the FHA loan because you don't have the money to do the repairs, so they don't want you to use the FHA loan to buy a house that needs a lot of repairs. Even though a lot of people who get these homes that require lower down payment are probably the working class type of folk that maybe are contractors and they know how to do the repairs themselves. Don't matter. The FHA, the way that they think is that they're looking out for you. They don't want you buying a house that has all kinds of repairs that you're not going to be able to do. Which does make sense because I remember a couple of years back, I had a girl in one of my classes that she bought a house using an FHA 203B loan. And then she ended up going, well, it was in good enough shape. I could have gotten it. But then her boyfriend was a contractor and they ripped apart the house so that they could redo it. And then she broke up with her boyfriend. They had an argument, whatever, they broke up, and now her house is completely destroyed and it's unlivable. She can't live in it. And they started the gutting. They basically gutted the whole house. And now she's paying for a mortgage for a house that she can't basically live in. The exact reason why the FHA looks out for people like this and won't give you the loan for a house that needs a lot of work. So she found herself in that situation by having her boyfriend, who was a contractor, rip everything apart and not fix it. So now she's trying to, as she gets money little by little here and there, she's trying to do little projects to get sheetrock work done and this done and that done, you know. So it requires an upfront mortgage insurance premium called MIP. It's charged at closing, or can be wrapped into the loan itself, which insures the lender for the entire loan in case of default. Say what? Did you guys just pay attention to what I just read? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. So my question is that if the MIP is insuring the entire loans, then why bank is running behind the borrower? If someone is not making payment, you can take from your insurance.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, listen, this is the government. They're not exactly the most sharpest tool in the shed. It's created by politicians, these rules. You know, they don't make a lot of sense. They leave your head scratching sometimes, you know. I mean, this loan requires a mortgage insurance premium that you must pay up front. However, it's
yeah.
Just shaking your head. It's like, wait, that doesn't make sense. How could that be? Isn't it the government? Doesn't the government got more common sense than this? You're giving these people way too much credit. So the monthly MIP payment is also required and can be dropped when equity reaches 78%, but only after 11 years, if the buyer put down at least 10% at the time they got the loan. Otherwise, the insurance coverage can never be dropped. Ooh. This is one of those changes that Obama made before he left office. Do you know previously you could drop the MIP insurance coverage when equity reaches 78%? Period. Now, you could drop the monthly MIP mortgage insurance premium payment when equity reaches 78%, but only after you had the loan for at least 11 years, making insurance payments for MIP insurance for 11 years. But even then, you could only drop it if you put down at least 10% at the time you got the loan. Why do most people get FHA loans again?
More affordable.
Say lower down payment. Lower down payment requirement. 3.5%. So how much do most people put down?
20%.
3.5%. The minimum. If the minimum is 3.5%, I mean, if 20%, if you got 20% to put down, just get a conventional loan. It's not going to have all these restrictions on it. So why do most people get FHA loans? The low down payment requirement to get into housing only requires 3.5% down payment. So most people make only a 3.5% down payment, maybe slightly more. Probably not 10%. So why did President Obama put this, change this rule before he left office? That you had to have the loan for at least 11 years, and you could only drop it if you put down at least 10% at the time you got the loan. Otherwise, you could never drop the insurance coverage on the loan. He put that into place because he wants to make it a good loan to get into housing, to be able to buy a home, but not one that you'd want to stay in the long term. It'd be better off that once you start getting around 20% equity, you refinance and get the hell off the FHA loan program. Why? Well, remember when all those mortgage markets were crashing and the real estate market was crashing? Oh, and they had all them too big to fail banks that they were doing those bailouts for. Well, that insurance fund to bail out all them banks for all the defaulting loans that people were getting foreclosed on. Remember, FHA insures the entire loan amount. So it went bankrupt. This is why you had President Bush do the first bailout, and then President Obama did a second bailout, which was even bigger. But unfortunately, he did not heed the cries of a lot of the Republicans on the other side of the aisle there that were saying, stop, wait. We want you still to do the bailout. Just wait a few more days so that we could put rules into place. Because after that first bailout that Bush did, we learned a lesson. CEOs are using this money to create golden parachutes for themselves, to get bonuses and et cetera. Remember that term, golden parachutes, for their retirement and all? I mean, how do CEOs get paid? You know, they get paid their salaries, but they also get paid an incentive, a percentage of the bank's performance. You know, so if all these loans are defaulting, but the FHA stepping in to make sure the banks don't lose a penny by paying them all the money so they don't lose any, it's as if all these people are paying back the bank in full at one time. So if you are just to look at the bank's books, it looks like they're being extremely profitable. So those CEOs were getting these huge bonuses. They called them golden parachutes for their retirement, you know. And that's what Republicans were trying to get Obama to put into place before he did the second bailout, which was going to be even bigger. Because we knew through the Bush's first bailout that that this was happening, that the money was not being used for the intended purposes, that the lenders were not actually lending, they were putting the money in their savings accounts too, and cutting back on the lending it out again. They wanted to put some rules into place that would require the bankers to actually start lending the money again, that the money cannot be used as bonuses for the CEOs and stuff like that. But he was like, oh, we know this money's going to go to waste, fraud, and abuse, blah, blah, blah. But it'll trickle down and it'll get back into the economy. Wait, what? He actually used the term trickle down. Isn't that the term that they always point at Republicans and they're like, trickle down economics, something that doesn't really exist? It's a boogeyman. You're like, oh, it'll trickle down the waste, fraud, and abuse. The money will get back into the economy and it'll benefit everybody anyway. But then you see people like that got the bonuses were like some of these Congress people's spouses that were actually CEOs and presidents of banks that were the first to get the bailout money. Look at Maxine Waters, her husband, Sun Bank, I think it was. All right. The maximum seller concession allowed is up to 6% of the loan amount for an FHA loan. What was it on conventional loans? What was the maximum seller concession allowed? It was 3%. You guys need to know that for exam. Maximum seller concession allowed for a conventional loan is 3%. For FHA loans and VA loans, it's 6% of the loan amount. The borrower may be liable, may be able to pay the finance some of the closing costs. Wait, what? The borrower can finance some of their own closing costs as well? Gosh. So they could get a loan, they have to prepay insurance, but then they don't really have to prepay it. They could finance it into the loan. And then their closing costs, they don't really need to pay it at closing. They could finance it into the loan as well. This loan could end up being more than 100% of the value of the property, though. Is that kind of risky for the lender? All right. Any or all closing costs may be a gift, not a loan from the buyer's relatives. How come a gift and not a loan? Well, if it was a loan, that's something they need to pay back. So then they would have to factor that into their debt to income ratio to see if they qualify for getting the house. But if the down payment or closing costs is a gift that they don't need to pay back, they don't need to factor that in. But they will need a letter from that relative that's giving them that money as a gift, stating on the legal form that it is a gift and not a loan, and it does not need to be paid back. FHA loans, earlier ones before December 15th, 1989, can be assumed by anyone. After that date, they could still be assumed by people, but the person who's assuming the loan has to qualify for the loan. FHA 203K loan, K for construction. This allows one loan to cover both the cost of the purchasing of the property and for extensive rehabilitation work on it. What is extensive rehabilitation work? Remodeling a kitchen, putting an addition on a house, building a garage? Ooh, it could be a lot more than that. There's an old builder's trick I'm going to show you on the coming slides after we do some highlights that'll show you you could get an FHA 203K loan. What is considered extensive rehabilitation? I've seen people tear down an entire house, leaving one original wall or one original corner of a wall, a stick of the original house there. And then they built the whole entire new house around it. So it's not a new home because it's just extensive rehabilitation. There was a piece of that house still standing. You guys think that's ridiculous? That's an old builder's trick. They actually do this.
That is the currently all the flip people is doing, keeping at least one wall, one corner, and then so that cannot increase the property tax.
Yeah, I'm going to show you some pictures where there's the house around the corner from me. They actually did that. I took pictures of it at various stages of the construction. They actually tore down the entire house except for the garage. And they built the whole house around the garage. They even dug the basement deeper and further back to enlarge the footprint of the house. The house is 3.5 times the size of what it used to be. And you can see that on the overhead pictures I'm going to show you, comparing it to the neighboring homes. And they did this using this type of a loan.
Yeah, whoever is doing themselves, they rebuilding the house, they are all taking the same, this loan.
It's an old builder's trick to avoid paying higher taxes.
Yeah, higher taxes.
Because most municipalities, the building department and the tax department, even though they're usually across the hall or next door to each other, they don't communicate. That's how efficient government is. And that's the majority of municipalities in New Jersey. There are a few that they do communicate, but the vast majority of them do not communicate with each other. So it's an old builder's trick. They just stick of the house standing. They build a whole new house around it, and then you can't call it new construction. It's not a new house. If the original house was built in 1953, it's still a house that was built in 1953 on the tax records. Remodeled in 2024 or 2025, whatever it is, So what is extensive rehabilitation work? We're going to see in a moment. Now, the amendatory clause, that special amendatory clause that's required to be added to all FHA and VA loan purchase contracts, states that if the house does not appraise for the purchase price, the buyer can get out of the contract without penalty, and it's not considered in breach of contract. Now, I have a couple of links down here too. FHA loans, there's limits on the loan amounts for the purchase of 1, 2, 3, or 4 family homes. And how much, what is the maximum loan amount? It depends on what county you're in. Because we have richer counties than others, and it goes by what the mean price is. And that's how they average it out through the entire country, the FHA loan programs. And you can use an FHA loan to buy a condo as well. However, the condo complex needs to be approved for FHA loans. And to be approved for FHA loans, they have to use certain construction materials up to state. The construction needs to be up to standard. And the majority of the unit owners have to be owner occupants as opposed to renters. And they have to have so much money in their finances for reserves and such. And let's see. And then we're going to go over the last link. There's HUD auctions, the HUD homes. HUD homes are actually FHA homes that were foreclosed on, that the FHA then turns over to HUD, and then HUD sells them as HUD homes. But in recent years, with all the huge influx of, illegal immigration, we used to have, you could go on these maps on the HUD website to see all the HUD homes available for sale. There were thousands of them in every state. Now, if you look, you may find one or two in New Jersey. Why? Because if people are not buying them, they also have special programs, dollar homes for teachers and police and firemen. And if none of these were sold at auction, then you could have these affordable housing places get them for $1, and then they could fix them up, sell them, or lease them out. But what we're seeing now is a lot of these local government agencies, they were buying up these HUD homes for $1 so that they could then give them to illegal aliens to live in, because otherwise they're paying thousands of dollars a week for them to put them up in these, hotels that they're destroying. All right. But that's interesting. Look, let's take a look. I'll open up the website so you guys can take a look. Ooh, what happened? Why is HUD Home Store not opening right now? Their security certificate expired. Huh. Let's just put in like that. Maybe they're working on something, but it says their security certificate expired. Come back later, their website will be open. Oh man, I wanted to show you. I hate talking about stuff and not being able to prove it to you. All right, let me see. So New Jersey home loan limits by county. Once again, that goes to the HUD website. Here, take a look. This is the mortgage limits. We're going to search by New Jersey, search by state. We're going to look at New Jersey. And we're going to do it by county. We're going to sort by county for 2025. There we go. You can see the county name in this row, in this column. 1 family, 2 family, 3 family, and 4 family, and what the median sale price is. So in Atlantic County, it's one of the cheaper counties in New Jersey. For a 1-family house, you could buy up to $524,000. Up to a 4-family of $1 million. In some of the more richer counties, like Bergen County, you could borrow $1.2 million for a single-family home, up to $2.3 million for a 4-family. Those prices have skyrocketed over the years. I think they allow you to search back and see the last couple of years what they used to be. Yeah, let's go back. Let's take a look and see what it used to be. They only allow you to go back 3 years. I wish they allowed it to go back a little bit further. You can see how much it skyrocketed suddenly. Whatever. So that's where you would go to find that out. And then HUD approved condos by county. Let's search by state, New Jersey. And then Edison and Woodbridge got a lot of condos, right? Let's check out Edison, New Jersey. So you can see all FHA approved condo projects here. Keep in mind, any condo project that's FHA approved has to be renewed every 20 years. They have to get reapproved. So this one, Aspen, is a little bit older. You can see there's still about almost 2% of the loans in there are FHA. Let's see, document status recorded, not uploaded. Okay, so they were rejected. It's missing documents or incomplete package submission. somebody tried to get it reapproved in 2018. I guess nobody tried to do that since. Look at all these condo complexes. Approved, expired, expired, expired. Withdrawn, rejected, expired, 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 rejected, rejected, rejected. Expired, expired, expired. Withdrawn, rejected, expired, rejected, rejected. Not a single condo complex in Edison is currently approved for FHA loans. They could be if somebody submits a complete package with all the documents that are required. You can see some of these complexes still have loans with FHA. Here, let's look at Woodbridge. Woodbridge got a lot of condos too, right? Look at Woodbridge, New Jersey. Rejected, 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 approved, 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 reject, oh, expired, 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 rejected, expired, expired. Woodbridge don't have any either. And despite them building a lot of new construction, a lot of that stuff is rentals. And the ones that are condos, well, they haven't been submitted for approval. So currently in Edison and Woodbridge, there's not a single condo complex that you could get a FHA loan to purchase. You could always submit a package for an FHA loan to try to get it approved. Takes a little while, but you can get it approved, possibly. All right, so those are that. All right, now let's do the highlights for all the notes that were on that one page. Let me know when you got them, because we got quite a few of these to go through, and then we can finish this chapter real quick. So let's get through it. Come on. They're just doing the highlights. Get these highlights through. I'll turn to the next slide. There's going to be a bunch of slides we got to do the highlights and notes on, which basically is all the notes I had on that one slide about the FHA.
Yep, done.
Everybody else, or anybody need more time?
More time. And done.
Okay. All right, now highlight these on page 276 and 277.
Okay, done.
You got the notes down here at the bottom too?
No, yeah, I'm at the last part.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Have you ever had like a student that didn't pass the exam?
I've had students that haven't even attempted to take the exam. I can't explain it. You can lead a horse to water, you can't make them drink, you know? I do my best to try to teach you guys all the information that you need to know to pass the school and state exam. I even give you I even have a page on the website with test taking tips. I give you resources to study. I give you all the information you need. I ask you if you got all the notes, does everybody understand them? And then I move on to the next thing, you know? So I know if people are not asking me for explanations, for clarification, that I did my job. And now it's up to you to study and remember all this information, which admittedly is no small task. It's a lot of information. None of it's rocket science, but it's a lot of information to remember. You know, but yeah, we got students, they failed the exam, they took it again and eventually passed it. Some need more than one time, some need more than twice. Some pass it on the first shot. You know, it really depends on the study habits and the test taking abilities of the student, you know. But yeah, we've had people fail. We've had people not even attempt to take it. We've had people fail, and I keep encouraging them, keep taking it until you pass the darn thing, and then keep studying, and then go on to take the state exam. While everything's fresh in your head and you're still cramming and doing all that. You'd be surprised. I just recently looked at the figures on the state exam for the average students, not just from my school. I can see the average from my school, but then it gives you the state's average from all schools of people passing these exams. I don't know what the hell happened, but it seems pretty low. At least on the first attempt. So you really got to study and get ready and prepare for these exams. State exam, you pay for each attempt, you know, so that could cost you a bit.
What do you think is the best study method? Like reading or just like writing it down? Because I know highlighting does nothing.
Yeah, well, highlighting is just a way of knowing what the notes are that's important. And then what you could do is review those notes and then rewrite them in your notebooks or in a Word document or whatever. So when you read it and then you're writing it or typing it over, so now your eyes are seeing it, your mind is comprehending it, and then it's processing it to run through your body so that you could rewrite it or type it. And that way is actually a really good way to remember it. So you first were introduced to this by listening to me talk about it and me showing you, and then me explaining it and then highlighting it. And then you take it from there on your own to transpose these notes into your own notes, compilation of notes. And then you could take quizzes and tests. You know, practice quizzes and tests are good. Flashcards are great because the majority of this stuff is vocabulary, you know, and you could do those digital flashcards you could get from the websites for free, you know. If you want.
Yeah, what I've been doing was I was doing the practice test from the book, and I've been doing the short quizzes that you have shared with us, and I have my girlfriend actually read them the questions to me, and I answer it, and she's like, "No, this is the right answer." And then I'm like, "Why?" And then like that same night, I just go read over the textbook on the highlights, and then I comprehended what I got wrong.
Yep, that's what you got to do over and over again. Yeah. I get this.
You have nice girlfriend tolerating you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys can do that together too. You guys can form study groups. I've had students that did that. They exchanged information and did study groups where they would meet and they would have asking each other questions about things, and they'd quiz each other back and forth. and then they would ask the question why, but you could also do this with one of those testing apps, either the one from PSI itself, which you need to pay for, and you get limited questions, but the wording is closer to what PSI, because it's PSI's question app. Or there's another one that another school made available, which I sent you the link to already. It's that Pro Real Estate Exam or something like that.com. And that's the one I used when I went to school. And then when I got my broker's exam, I used it again to cram, where it gives you unlimited questions. And it could determine what your weak topics are, and then you could try to get more questions. You could change how many questions you want on the different topics. So you could get quizzed on it. And as you answer the questions, it'll immediately tell you if you got it right or wrong and why. And you just keep doing the tests, the quizzes, until it becomes boring. And then you're ready. All right, everybody got this?
Yeah.
All right. Now on page 277, you get these ones. This is all the stuff that was on my one slide, by the way. I told you all these slides where you're highlighting a little bit here, there, and writing notes. This one's interesting. It says FHA allows down payments as low as 3.5%, and will consider applicants with credit scores as low as 580 in some circumstances. But the FHA does not have a credit score requirement, so that's not true. So I crossed that out and I wrote lenders may consider applicants with credit scores as low as 580 in some circumstances. Because FHA is not lending the money. The FHA has no minimum credit score requirement. The local lenders do. And some of them you could get it as low as 580. Anything below 620 is considered subprime. This is a big chapter.
Do you have the recording of yesterday's lesson already posted on YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Yep, done.
Okay. Everybody got it?
I am done as well. Yep.
Okay. So continuing on, there's more highlights. This is all stuff that was still on that same one slide. Told you, it's a lot I packed into that slide. But remember, a lot of this stuff, I ask you questions on it too. I bring up these things. We've gone over some of this stuff before. And then I ask you questions about it again. I'm hoping to get answers and getting responses from you guys, because that's another way to help you guys remember, is by asking you questions and having you recall the information right away, not just sitting there listening to me talk to you and then say, highlight this and highlight that. Asking the questions also helps. Doing the key terms at the end. The sample chapter questions you guys should definitely do on your own. There's a couple that are wrong, but the majority of them are correct.
Yeah, done.
Everybody got it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, here's that extensive rehabilitation of that guy around the corner from my house. He tore down the house. You could see the garage still standing here and with the chimney. They still didn't knock it down because the power lines were still connected. They were waiting for the power company to come knock that down. And then they only left the garage there and they built a whole new house around it. Here's another angle where you could see that. And another. And then they built this in its place. Much larger house than this one. They even built living space above the garage that this one did not previously have. Look at the aerial view. Tell me that house ain't much bigger than what it previously was. Like the neighbors. This has got to be 3.5 times the size of this house. And this basement is full size and much deeper than what was there too. All right, VA loans. Formerly called GI loan. After G.I. Joe, the greatest American hero. You know what GI stood for? General issue. Everybody got the same gun, the same bullets, the same grenades, the same socks and underwear and boots and belts and all that stuff. You got the same. There's no individuality. You're a fighting machine, right? That's what you're trained to be in the military. Until the last couple of years, you know. Then they tried using it as a social experiment. Really made a laughing stock out of it. But we're trying to build up our military, so military levels have declined tremendously, you know, due to a lot of things, forcing vaccines on people and, you know, these experimental vaccines, and people didn't want them, but yet they still were forced to get them. They're, you know, the whole gender bending thing where you could join the military and, you know, get your free tranny service surgeries and stuff like that without even serving one day on the battlefield. This is ridiculous. So good thing Trump put an end to that. We're trying to recruit our military and build it back up because our military was greatly lacking in the numbers that we once had and we require to have as a minimum. So anyway, general issue, that's what it used to be, the GI. Now they call it VA. That's the Veterans Administration or Department of Veterans Affairs. VA loans are intended only for veteran-owned or co-owned 1 to 4 family homes. They're not for investors. They're for veterans that are either owned or co-owned by the veteran. The VA no longer has lending limits. They'll guarantee 25% of the loan amount for amounts over $144,000 for properties valued over $144,000. I don't know where that came from. There's been a lot of changes in the requirements of this in the last couple of years. They used to guarantee 25% of the value of any home that the veteran wanted to buy that they could afford. Now it's only for homes over 144,000, which is odd. So there are no down payment requirements for the VA loans. So 100% financing is available. And the veteran has to qualify for the loan, based on their credit history, income, assets, all that stuff. That special mandatory clause has to be added to VA loans as well that says if the house is not appraised for the purchase price, the veteran can get out of the contract without penalty. Here's a new thing you need to know for exams. What do we call an appraisal for a VA loan? It actually is called a CRV, a Certificate of Reasonable Value. You will get that on exams. So what do you call the appraisal statement for a VA loan? A CRV, Certificate of Reasonable Value. And I don't know why, but a lot of people tend to remember it when I tell them, just remember it as the most popular car currently in the United States, and that's the Honda CRV. And a lot of people tend to remember that for some reason. I don't know, the Honda CRV, that's what you call the appraisal statement for a VA loan. The CRV, Certificate of Reasonable Value. Discount points could be paid by the seller, the buyer, or shared between them, just like with any other loan. The funding application fee may be paid by the veteran or the seller. Now, the amount could vary depending on the down payment amount and if the veteran is a National Guardsman or reservist, because they may pay a higher funding fee. VA loans can be assumed by anyone who's not required to be a veteran. You need to be a veteran or in the military to get a VA loan, but not to assume one. So the eligibility requirements for the VA to get a VA loan, just like most VA benefits, you have to serve 90 consecutive days of active duty during wartime. Unfortunately, politicians have been playing a lot of games so that they could say that they've never started wars or that they've never been in wars. They call them military exercises and all kinds of crap like that, but it's not officially a war because war, well, they used to say Congress needs to pass, give the approval to start a war, but they don't. That's why they call the president the commander-in-chief. That's what that position is, where they could start the war. It's a courtesy for them to go to Congress and let them know what's going on, but they don't need Congress's approval to start a war. But 90 consecutive days of active duty during wartime, if there's one, 181 days of active service during peacetime, or 6 years, serving 6 years in the reserves or the National Guard. However, because our military has been so low on enrollment, a lot of the reservists and National Guardsmen have been called to duty and serving active duty. So does that mean that they need to serve 6 years, or do they get a pass because they served during 90 days of wartime or 181 days of service during peacetime? You got to really look at the service that they're doing. Were those reservists or National Guard just doing the weekend warrior thing here at the local Jersey Shore military base doing the exercises, or did they actually serve overseas in some sort of active military role? That could qualify them for their benefits earlier. Yeah, Brian, you're in the reservist, or are you in the National Guard?
Marine Corps Reserves.
Marine Corps.
Yeah, Marine Corps Reserves. But basically, I've had Marines just came back from Cuba. Mm-hmm. So they've been there for like 8-9 months. They qualify for like GI Bill. They qualify for the post 9/11.
Yep, because they spent 181 days of active service during peacetime, right?
Yes, and that was during peacetime, and that was like a voluntary for who, like how many Marines can go to Cuba, and then when they come back, they're able to use their VA home loan, or if they're actually smart enough, like they can act, they could actually, I've known some active duty Marines that have bought a house during active duty while they're stationed in like Texas or in like California
Uh-huh.
or North Carolina, where they use the VA home loan to buy a property during active duty, like after like a year in probably.
Yeah.
And
Also,
oh my
they can
god,
have their spouses helping shopping for the homes and looking at the houses and then putting in the offer using their benefits. Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, and then they use the BHA to buy a house with the VA. And that's how they follow like the wash and the rinse. So if they buy another property, if they get stationed somewhere else, and they use the VA home loan again.
Yeah.
So I've seen that
Well,
happen a lot.
we suggest that you take that designation course, but any of you guys can take that designation course for military relocation specialist to help our military because military moves around a lot. I suggest you guys take the one for senior real estate specialist and for the military relocation specialist. Those are good classes to take. Okay, so these VA loans, formerly called GI loans, we already went over this, and here's some resources for them. And I don't know, in these classes, I make some goof comments sometimes, and I made comments about some military movies that you may have ever watched, and I bring up like Stripes, which was a comedy, or an HBO miniseries called Band of Brothers. And I bring them up to people. I'm surprised how many people never heard of these things, especially Stripes. That was a great comedy. It was from the 80s. It was that guy from Ghostbusters too, Bill Murray. They don't make comedies like this no more that are politically incorrect. They have a lot of incorrect comments in them, but they're funny as hell. If you've never watched it, you may want to watch it. I've got both of these listed on our list of documentaries and movies mentioned in class. So there you go. But either way, here you go. You need to know that VA loans, they guarantee 25% of the loan amount. Could be 100% financing. The appraisal statement for a VA loan is called a CRV, the Certificate of Reasonable Value. And VA loans can be assumed by anyone who does not need to be a veteran. You need to be a veteran to be able to get a VA loan for a 1 to 4 family, veteran occupied or co-owned, owned or co-owned and occupied 1 to 4 family home. Okay. You don't need to know all the details about to be qualified for VA benefits and all that. You don't need to know all that for exams. You just need to know those things that I just mentioned.
So what does assume mean in that sentence?
To assume a loan means to take it over. You could just take over somebody's loan. I could sell you, a veteran can sell you their house where you pay them a certain amount, and then you could just take over their loan. You don't need to go apply for your own loan to get a loan to buy their house. You could just take over their loan payments.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let's see where I am in my notes here. VA loans. Okay, well, let me pass that. Okay. So, let's highlight this stuff and make these notes for VA loans. Yeah, I know. It's a new book, but yet so much has changed. Yeah, I'm going to throw out those links and the requirements for VA loans and some resources for them there in the chat window. By the way, remember I told you that there's no website for FHA.com? That's not the government's website. That's actually a private lender. FHA.com. FHA.gov is the government's website. FHA.com. It actually has a lot of good resources, video libraries to educate you, FHA articles and stuff. This is actually a pretty good resource here. I don't know how they are as a lender, but they seem like they have a lot of very good, useful information here in place. They do allow payments as low as 3.5% down payment, or 10% down payment without a required credit score. That is new. I've never seen that before. That's pretty interesting. 0 down payment possible with a grant. Maybe interesting keeping up on different lending programs. Be a better, more informed agent. Yeah, this is that website. I'll share it with you in the chat window as well. They used to have up here, yeah, and look, they're keeping up with the latest news, the FHA flood zone requirements, changes to appraisal rules. Okay, yeah, they got stuff here about reverse mortgages too. I gotta look into this lender, actually try them out one time maybe with one of my clients. But they used to have a section here about a statement that they accept credit scores as low as 580. Let me see. Credit score. Oh yeah, they still do. I click on credit score. 580 or higher credit score, 3.5% down payment. Lower than 580 with a 10% down payment. Wow. They'll actually lend money to somebody with a credit score below 580. I would usually tell people with credit scores that low to work on your credit before you buy a house. Get your financial house in order before you go shopping for a house. Now, they got a lot of good resources and education stuff here, guys. I would check this site out, actually. I think I'm going to put that on our FHA slide. Matter of fact, I'll put it in our notes for sure. I'm going to back it up a little bit. I added that link to our slides too. All right, and I think they also have a VA loan program too, that same website. No, maybe not. VA.com is something totally different. Maybe it was FHAVA.com. No, no, they're not there anymore. I thought there was a similar one there for VA loans. I'll continue looking. Maybe there is. All right. Everybody got those notes already?
Yes, done.
Yeah.
All right. So then we got New Jersey HMFA, the New Jersey Housing Mortgage Finance Agency. They offer below market interest rate loans for the low payment requirement to qualified buyers and investors who are owner occupants who live in then target areas. What are those? They're densely populated areas, right? So you apply through various local approved lenders through the various programs that they offer. They have programs for first-time home buyers, many special types of loans like first-time buyers, live where you work, people who go to work in off-peak hours to try to relieve the congestion on our roads. They got programs for police, fire, and teachers as well. They have interest-free loans with up to $10,000 for homeowners using well water to install the water filtration systems in their home. Remember, we talked about that in a much earlier chapter. Well, these are the guys you get that that loan from. And here's their website and resources: 1-800-NJ-HOUSE or njhousing.gov. They have another website that's more consumer friendly called the roadhomenj.com. They've got home buyer videos and resources there. That NJHMFA home buyers guide brochure, that's over here. And they have their own bank-owned properties, the REO here. Let's do those highlights. I'll be right back. Got to run to the bathroom. So I thought I resumed the recording here, but I did not. So I'm trying to just do a quick recap of the items that we missed that I did not record that we already went over. So we got the NJHMFA, that's New Jersey Housing and Finance Agency. They offer below market interest loans, little or no down payment to people occupants in urban target areas. They have all different kinds of loan programs through various local lenders and programs for first-time buyers, live where you work, police, fire, teachers. They have interest-free loans up to $10,000 for those installing water filtration systems, for those on well water. They have loans for first-time home buyers with down payment assistance. They call it a DPA program. Here's their links. We have, okay, we already went over the highlights, so I could just blast through this because our class already highlighted these things. We have the DPA, Down Payment Assistance Program. You're classified as a first-time home buyer if you did not own a home in the last 3 years. Buyers who qualify, their income cannot exceed 140% of the median income average in the area. You could get up to $22,000 of down payment assistance that you do not need to pay back for the down payment and closing costs. You do not need to pay it back if you live in the house for at least 5 years. But you also need to get it with the 30-year loan program through the NJHMFA. You can't just get this down payment assistance and then use a different lender. You have to use this loan program through one of these approved lenders by the NJHMFA to qualify for that DPA assistance program. Let's see, the second loan for the down payment and closing costs up to $22,000. If you live in the property for at least 5 years, you don't got to pay any of it back. But if you sell it in less than 5 years, you need to pay a percentage of it back. All right, and these are the different government loan programs that the New Jersey Mortgage Housing Finance Agency has, and the different links and websites they have: 1-800-NJ-HOUSE, njhousing.gov, or the roadhomenj.com. That's good for the it's more consumer friendly. And then here's a bunch of links that I put together for participating lenders that are qualified to give these loan programs. There are mortgage calculators where you could type in your numbers to see what you qualify for and all that. They got a mortgage calculator for that, home buyers guides. And here's the link for that free interest-free water filtration system loan. And the Rec D, that's the former Farmer Home Loan Association. They give loans to homeowners for 1 to 4 family homes who buy homes in rural areas. For low to moderate income, first-time buyers, farmers, people who live in rural areas, and on Indian reservations. They're subsidized at interest rates as low as 1%, and the funds come directly from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. So 100% financing is available on this, with interest rates as low as 1%.
Yeah, it's as good as nothing. Yeah, very less.
That's awesome, isn't it?
Yeah, wish it was like that for in general.
For that chapter, I just did a quick rerun down on those notes. Okay, I guess the people we lost didn't come back. So let's just do the key terms to review, and then we'll be done. Mortgage payments that can be taken over by the next buyer. That's the key terms 1 to review. Page 281.
Assumable.
3 is A. It's an assumable loan. Correct. Highest interest rate ever allowed on a specific adjustable loan. What's the highest that it can go?
Ceiling.
Ceiling. The ceiling. 7 is B. Ceiling. Repayment plan, the equivalent of 13 monthly payments per year.
Equivalent to 13 months. Bi-weekly mortgage.
Yes, bi-weekly mortgage. 4 is C. A plan with interest rate periodically changed up or down.
Adjustable rate mortgage?
Yes. Yes, 1 is D. A written estimate of value by a real estate licensee, not an appraiser.
Real estate value, real estate license.
Yeah, how do we real estate licensees help somebody value a home?
Certificate of reasonable value?
No.
No.
CMA.
Yeah.
But market analysis is E. Now I want you to write next to CMA, I want you to put a slash there and also write BPO. Because we do those for the lenders sometimes, like when somebody wants to drop private mortgage insurance, the lender, instead of paying for an expensive appraisal, they may contact a real estate agent who's doing BPOs, and they'll pay them a fee. Okay. A repayment plan of principal and interest that gradually reduces debt.
Amortization.
Amortized loan. 2 is F. Percentage beyond which interest rate cannot be raised at adjustment.
Cap.
The cap. 6 is G. A payment of extra points in return for a lower interest rate.
Buy down.
Buy down. 5 is H. The difference between the current value and money owed.
Equity.
10 is I. And a VA appraisal statement.
A certificate of reasonable value.
Yes, 9 is J. Okay, key terms 2. Loan guaranteed by the federal government. Who guarantees loans?
The VA mortgage.
The VA.
VA.
10 is A, the VA mortgage. Protection for lender on low down payment conventional mortgage.
Protections, that is point. No, sorry, protection is the
protection for the lender on a low down payment conventional mortgage. When you put down a low down payment, less than Less than 20%. What do you got to carry?
Point.
The private mortgage insurance.
Private mortgage insurance.
PMI.
PMI. 7 is B. Remember, a point is just prepaid interest.
Yeah. Sorry, PMI. That's confusing. Point PMI.
Mortgage payment including amortization, interest, and certain expenses.
It's a pity.
Pity. It's a pity loan, which is also referred to as a
Tax and interest. So tax and
loan, budget loan. Remember,
Yeah.
pity is sometimes called the budget loan.
Yeah.
So 5 is C. Percentage of property's value that may be borrowed.
Maybe borrowed.
A percentage of the property's value that may be borrowed.
Interest?
Loan to value.
Yes, LTV, loan to value ratio. 4 is D. Lender agrees to hold the interest rate for a certain period of time. They don't even have this in the book anymore, this paragraph about this, but they still got the question on it. What is that called? Where the lender agrees to hold the interest rate for a certain period of time.
Straight loan?
Rate lock.
The rate lock. 8 is E. A 1% loan charged as an upfront interest when a loan is made.
Point.
6 is F, a point. Low down payment insured mortgage loan.
FHA, sorry, no, that is.
Continue. What were you saying?
Low down payment insurance mortgage loan.
It's the FHA 203B. 1 is G.
Yeah, 203B.
Down payment. So your first instinct's usually you're right. Go with your first instinct. What is G? Okay, mortgage with payments of interest only. What do we call an interest only loan?
Straight loan?
Yes, 9 is H. Charge for the use of other people's money.
Interest.
3 is I, interest. And a guide to national mortgage trends used for adjustable rate mortgages.
Index.
An index. 2 is J. That's correct. And that completed chapter 14. All right. So